I can't believe how long it's been since the last time I streamed an off-season, a Madden off-season on this channel. Welcome everybody to today's live stream. It's the first time in a long time. We're here in the Tennessee Titans franchise on Madden 23. It is the off-season, the first one of this series. Thank you for being here live. If you're watching this afterwards, I'll have some timestamps down below. You can go to what you want to see. I'm hoping for a pretty smooth operation here. I've spent a few hours working towards this stream today. I know that I want to nail this first draft. I really want to get this off-season right because this team has a lot of work, man, I tell ya. How was audio for the music? Are we good? Let me unpin this message here of mine. So many people in here already. Thank y'all for being here. Really appreciate it. Making sure everything is good to go on my end. I actually put a fair amount of time into preparing for today's stream. I knew it was a big one. So, this is, of course, the first off-season of the series. But we can't talk about Madden 23 without the looming draft reset bug that has plagued this game. So what people are seeing in their franchises is they'll move on to Season 2, Season 3, and ultimately they try to get back into their game, or they finish up a game and the game kicks them back to the previous draft. And it's a really, really big problem. And in my time doing YouTube, it is the biggest glitch or bug this game has seen in any capacity. Ultimate Team, franchise, the Yard, who plays that? It's the biggest bug I've seen in maybe Madden history, because you're not able to advance in your franchise, which is as game-breaking as it gets. There is no known fix yet. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So if EA wants to fix their game that has been on the market, available for over 90 days, that would be wonderful. But I have really enjoyed this series, and I want to continue doing it for, you know, the entire time. This is the newest Madden, so hopefully nothing comes up. Especially because I think we have the makings of a really fun franchise here. We started off this past season with a really, really bad record of an 0-11 start. We turned it around at the end. We have some positives going forward, and now we want to add some players so we can actually put together a team that might be able to do something. Kane's on. There goes my productivity. I love it. Sorry about that, John. We did have a new member in the pre-stream, Pro Ponage. Thank you for becoming a member for the second month. I still need to update those badges. I think it's been overdue now. I want to get that done before December. But just really, really excited to have a chance to do an off-season again. It just hit me a little bit ago that I don't think I've done one on this channel since, like, Broncos franchise, but that was at the tail end of the series when people are losing interest because we won too much, and ultimately it has been a long time, over a year, I'd say. Nice to join the stream. Been around since the Minnesota Dynasty. Think giving Willis some speedy weapons will help the offense. Thank you, Doctor. Yes, that is one of the main things that I want to get on this team this year is speed. Receiver and running back are two areas this team needs to get faster. And I have tried my best to look for options in the draft, and I really don't think that the draft is going to offer us a lot of chances. Vikings better not waste Hawkinson. Hey, so far they're not. So far they're using them. One game in. He played really well on Sunday last week. Oh yeah, Curtis Samuel, who was part of the Broncos franchise, would fit He's under contract, though, so I'm not expecting to see him. One guy who did cross my mind, though, is Will Fuller, who would be like the ultimate fit as a deep threat. That's something we just do not have on this team. So yeah, I've gone through the entire draft class again. I went through every position, not every player, but I've re-looked at all these positions, and I have taken a lot of players off the board. Players who I know I'm just not going to draft. Like, I'm not taking a first-round quarterback, so there's none on my board. I only have 3 backup options here that I like, and all these positions are ranked. A couple of them that have too many players are a little more tiered than ranked. But I only have 3 running backs on the board. And I only have 5 receivers on the entire board. I think receiver would be one of the top things for us to address, and I just don't like the receivers very much in this class. Marcus McAllister was named wide receiver of the year, but ultimately, I don't think that I want to draft a guy solely because he might have high development. He's not the most athletic guy. He's not the best route runner. So, like, I just don't wanna. Won't be here for the off-season because of work. Currently saving up for a gaming PC to play college football revamped. Love the content. Appreciate that, Jaden. When you do get a PC, by the way, make sure you get a 16-thread CPU. That's the main thing you need if you want to play college football revamped and emulate the PS3, is like an 8-core CPU with 16 threads. I believe my previous PC was 8 cores, but only 8 threads, and it would not run very well. That's why I had to get an 8-core 16-thread. I got AMD chip. I think 5800X sounds right. That sounds like a good CPU. That's what I have, I believe. Yeah, so what EA's done is they've like put in all these weird receivers that can't run routes, but they have like good stiff arm and break tackle. It's like if Debo wasn't Debo last year, we might actually have cool receivers in the draft classes now, but they've totally screwed up that position trying to emulate the Debo Samuel play style, which is really unnecessary. We got Chuck Blackwell here, really good athlete. But I mean, why can't any of these guys run routes? What's the deal with that? Brandon Smith, Panthers. I will die on this hill. That's what Cade says. Linebacker is actually a position that I realized I didn't look deep enough into until this morning when I was checking it out again. So I ended up finding a lot of players that I like this in this class, and we'll talk about them. Brandon Smith, 2nd year out of Penn State. I actually have a Penn State linebacker that's pretty high on my board right now. The thing is, Brandon Smith, he's just like a guy that we have. Rating-wise, skill-wise. He's just like Monty Rice. So Monty has speed, a little bit of, tackling and zone coverage, a linebacker of the future type. So Monty's one of my guys for sure. But I want to show off a couple players in the draft that are definitely going to be focuses. Yeah, John, thank you for the super chat here. Kane, apparently you should not make draft day trades once the draft starts. This is a cause of the draft bug. I don't know if that's 100%, but it's been on my mind because a lot of people have said it. So is it better for me to do any trades prior and not trade down during? That includes, trading down, which is something I am interested in. If I want to trade down from number 4, should I do it pre-draft? I don't know. What is your draft philosophy on positions? Would you take top 5? Would you take a receiver or tight end top 5 in real life if they were good enough? I haven't seen a tight end prospect outside of like Kyle Pitts that I think would be a good top 5 pick. Guys like Kittle and Kelsey Waller, the guys who are the best right now, they were not even premier draft picks. I would definitely take a receiver top 5. You know, a Jamar Chase level prospect easily. But for tight end, I think that it's so rare. And even like Brock Bowers is going to be a guy who probably gets similar hype from Georgia to go early in the first round when it's his year. But I think you need to be like a top 5% athlete for me to even consider it. And that's what's intriguing about Kyle Pitts, because there's nobody you can really compare him to easily. He's such a unique athlete. But otherwise, tight ends in the top 10, top 15, I think is honestly a waste of time. Like when the Lions took TJ Hawkinson, number 8, I'm like, all right, even if he's top 5, he might not return number 8 value. Hawkinson's a really good tight end. Now they don't even have him anymore. They spent the 8th overall pick on a guy they didn't want to give a second contract to. So what was it going to take for you to get that second contract? And I get there's different regimes at play, but were you expecting him to catch 1,200 yards? But that does segue us into one of my favorite players in this draft class. A player who in the most recent mock draft was not even a first round pick. We got Sal Sexton here out of USC. 6'5", 260, prototypical tight end size with outstanding athleticism across the board. Sal has awareness, break tackle, catching, deep route running, and run blocking. 5 A grades. An elite athlete. B spec catch. He is probably my favorite player in the class. Yeah, I do think that he is a lot like George Kittle, but he might be a faster version. Like, he might be the athleticism of Travis Kelce, but the football player of George Kittle. Like, the best of both worlds there. And one thing I think is possible is for us to trade down pre-draft into the teens and possibly take him. But in the recap video, I talked about how I just didn't see the players that should be going top 5. I found 2 more players that I think we have to have a conversation about. And they're both ranked here in the top 10. So Grant Richardson is like my number 1 player. He's an elite edge rusher prospect. But there are 2 more here, Mike Parker and Terrell Riddick, who are players that I just really haven't focused a lot about. Do you think Tyreek Hill should get MVP votes? Honestly, yes, because I think Tyreek Hill is going to break the receiving yard record, which is not even a hot take because he's currently on pace to do it. Yeah, for candidates for MVP, I think it's going to ultimately come down to probably Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, a guy like Tyreek Hill if he is at or near the record for sure. And that's probably my top 3 right now that I can think of. Well, possibly Kirko, you know. Kirk Cousins, once he put on the chains, man, he's a different guy. The last non-quarterback to win MVP, I think Adrian Peterson, 2012. I think Hurts could get some MVP votes too. Hurts has been outstanding. I don't know if like this would qualify for comeback player of the year, but there's got to be something for like Geno Smith, you know, like most improved player or something. I get there's comeback player of the year, which you're not wrestling. Maybe you can. Because, like, Saquon wasn't himself last year. I feel like it's a 2-year comeback. But anyway, back to what I was saying before. There's another player or two I think we have to consider if we stay at 4. And we go back to the edge rushers. First of all, here's the number 1 player. It is Grant Richardson. So 6'3", 277. He's a really good athlete. Not an elite athlete. I'd say he's just above average because the speed and strength are just okay. And then A, awareness, A, finesse, B, block shed, B, power. He does everything. He does it all. So to me, he's like a better version or very similar version of Aiden Hutchinson. But more of an emphasis on finesse. But at outside linebacker, there are 2 more players here. And I think that I need to make... No, I don't have any games on at the moment. I want to be focused on the stream here. Terrell Riddick is a player I think we might want to make our last like individual workout player. Geno Smith MVP, let's go. Oh man, I want to see Geno put on a show tomorrow in Germany. Terrell Riddick out of Clemson. So we got a 21-year-old, 6'4", 247. He has the speed and strength that you do not get from Richardson. He's a better athlete. Riddick has A, finesse, C, power with B, block shed. So I wanted to make him one of our individual workout players to solidify his worth at 4. But I think he's already a pretty good fit there. Another player is Mike Parker. Mike Parker is ranked a little bit higher. He's 6'5", 241. He is also a really good athlete. A, finesse moves. B to D, power moves with F, injury. A to C, awareness. A to C, block shed. Right now, I rank him a little bit lower than I do Terrell Riddick, because with Riddick, we already know that his block shed's a B. We know his awareness. And I was a little bit concerned about that F injury for Parker. But I think we have 3 really, really good edge rushing prospects in here. And even once you get beyond them, there are a couple more that I like. Here is Caleb Corcoran, who is a first-round prospect. In the most recent mock, he was projected to go in the 20s, but he doesn't have the same athleticism. He does, however, have A, power move and B, awareness. Yeah, like everybody has F injury. You almost have to throw it out because you're comparing F injury players to other F injury players oftentimes, but Riddick has A to C. Like there's more value in that higher injury rating now because it just doesn't show up very much. So we don't actually know his awareness, but I think that Riddick is the player I want to make the workout player. Also, he's projected to go after Parker, so there's a higher chance he's available at our pick. But I've already decided who our workout players are going to be. I spent a lot of time here on the class because I knew, like, with a lot of you here in the chat, there'd be a lot of conversation. It's hard for me to, like, rank players and go into this stuff while doing the stream, so I just did it ahead of time. But I think we can talk more about the draft once the next mock is out and once we get the first bit of combine data. So why don't we begin the off season for real now? Thank y'all for being here. Hopefully we have a fun ride today, and hopefully the draft reset bug does not show up. We do not want this series to be affected by what I have been calling the biggest bug in my time as a Madden player. Yes, Malik Willis is the starter going forward. I do not want to replace him. I want to build around him. But I think to build around him a little bit more efficiently, we may have to look at some new coordinators. Offensively, Nick Gregory only has a couple of talents unlocked here. I think we can look for a new OC here in staff week. Let's see. Can we get somebody who has a little more development? Jeffrey Ben has 3 on one side, 2 on the other. And apparently in this game, your coordinators can be hired away, which is something that was not available in the previous game. Mike Vrabel, bring him back as the OC. Can you imagine? I have to look at only OCs. How many years away do you think the Bears, Lions, Texans, Cardinals are from being really good? I think any team is 2 years away if they make the right moves. But as far as like more realistically, I think the Cardinals need a coaching change. I just don't think Kingsbury and his offense are going to go anywhere in the NFL. I'm tired of it. I think that honestly, the Kingsbury offense holds Kyler Murray back because he's just throwing like 5-yard hitches to Greg Dortch and then wide receiver screens. And then when that doesn't work and it's the fourth quarter, he finally starts to scramble around and just makes it up on his own. Look at the Cardinals scoring by quarter. It starts off slow and all their scoring is done late in desperation mode. Get Kingsbury out of there. Texans, it all depends on their drafting. They're far away as far as their roster right now. Lions, defense is still god-awful, and they don't know their next quarterback. So if you nail quarterback this coming year, you start to do something defensively, you can be 2 years away. The Bears, I mean, recently they've looked really good because they're actually using Justin Fields well, letting him run, making the passing game easier. And now they go and get Chase Claypool. Their defense, though, is in rebuild mode. The offense now is suddenly closer to being solid. So I think the Bears, with a good offseason this year, if all goes well, could even be in the wild card mix in 2023. Not saying it's likely, but 7 teams make it now, and if you have a good offense, you have a chance. Do you think that Kyler is hard to coach, though? Not if you party up with him on Call of Duty and maybe get some chemistry built there. All right, we have to find an OC. Jeff Powell. The Nathaniel Hackett coaching tree is one that we should really look into, I think. Blocking for fullbacks, run block finesse. I think I want to go down the power side. Catching traffic for tight ends, carrying for quarterbacks. I'm not sure I like the talent tree progress there. I am planning on doing a franchise on MLB 23, but it's going to be for the second channel. I imagine that on the main channel, I'll still be doing Rocky stuff. Eric Aguilar, Dan Campbell coaching tree. Again, the fullback side, man. Pass block for tight ends is unlocked, though. Catching traffic for receivers. So I like that at least the practice makes perfect tree works. He's my number one option so far. Eric Aguilar might be the best choice. So let's bring him in. We have a new offensive coordinator in town. Anything of note so far? No, I have literally been sitting here just talking the entire time, and we are still in staff week. Kyler Cod jokes will be funny for the rest of the time. I know. Like, Scott Hansen was doing it on Red Zone and everything. Like, thoughts on Geno Smith? He's been legitimately good this year. And he's been one of the more consistent quarterbacks. He's just good. So, me and everybody else wanted to meme Seattle all off season, but look at him now. Oh, I think the Eagles are the most complete roster, arguably in the NFL, right up there with Buffalo. I think the Eagles are the real deal. They've built their team in a really smart way, and they have 2 first-round picks next year. Like, that team is set up to be really good, and a window has reopened big time. Thoughts on Miami? Offensively, they're a lot of fun, and they run a scheme that nobody can quite the way they do because nobody has a Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle combination. If they can get their defense sorted out a bit, and I know injuries have hurt them a lot on that side of the ball, especially in the secondary, which is the focus of that team. But I love Miami right now, where they're at. How am I feeling about KC? I feel great about KC. I don't have any concerns when it comes to the Chiefs. First or second seed in the AFC. What do I think about Sauce Gardner and the Jets? Way better than I expected, but I think as the season goes on, you're going to see they probably have to make a quarterback change. So, we have made it to the offseason, everybody, and I think we've already gone through retirements. Oh, no, we haven't, because that's new. A need has opened up at center. Ben Jones was one of our better players. That's a rough one right there. Now, there are a couple options in this class to replace him. But I was already looking at, needing to find offensive linemen, and now we need another new starter. Can't replace him with Jason Kelce. Tom Brady has retired. All right, so the offensive line is one of our top focuses. And I don't really like the top, few linemen for their draft spot. There are offensive linemen that I do have a lot of interest in, but this is just rough right here. Hey, Kane, thank you for all the hard work you put into your channel. Could you pick a team for me, a long-term Madden franchise? Let's see, Travi, what do we got for you? Long-term Madden franchise. Assuming, you're talking this year. If you're using updated rosters, I like Carolina. Because now there's no CMC. Quarterback is pretty much a mess there. But you got Brian Burns, DJ Moore, a couple guys to work with, Ike Ekwonu. Oh, I see a couple mentioning the Colts. Man, what the heck is going on with that team? How do you hire an interim head coach that wasn't even part of the coaching staff and is learning guys' names, probably even today? That is one of the most unprofessional moves I've seen from an NFL football team. Your favorite team? Hey, Kane, love the videos. Thoughts on the Ravens? I love Lamar. A bit worried that without Rashad Bateman at receiver, they're going to hit a wall. Because outside of Mark Andrews, you got Kenyon Drake playing all right. Devin Duvernay, who is one of the more efficient players when he gets the football. But I just think that you're going to get to those tough games, and you're going to need more from somebody on offense or more from the defense. The defense has been kind of strange this year. They had the defensive coordinator change. I think that they're a good tier under teams like the Chiefs and the Bills, and it's kind of hoping Lamar catches fire. Yes, and Mark Andrews has been hurt, and he's a guy they 100% need going forward. So I do want to get us going here by making a few cuts. We have very little cap space for this coming season, And you know, I try to keep things a lot more sim here on this channel. It's not always 100% of the time, but I don't like to trade guys who are lower rated or have bad contracts that teams really shouldn't be trading for. And I have identified 3 players that are going to be cut today. And the first player up is going to be Ryan Tannehill. Our quarterback is now Malik Willis. We're giving Ryan Tannehill a chance to go and have one last shot elsewhere. But nobody would be willing to trade for him at $36.6 million. It would just be unreasonable. So we are going to be releasing Ryan Tannehill. We'll free up $27 million. There will be a penalty of $9.6 million, but it will start to give us the cap space that we need for this offseason. Second player, Bud Dupree. Dupree was signed to a massive contract after an 11-sack and 8-sack season in Pittsburgh. And in Tennessee, it just hasn't been worth this kind of money, that's for sure. Now, we could cut him now so we have the cap space, or hold on to him if we want to play him, because we don't exactly have a ton of edge rush on this team. But chances are I'll be releasing Bud Dupree. I think my game just froze. Honestly, the Ravens need OBJ. Ooh, I haven't even heard that connection before. That would be a fun one. Yeah, I'm going to have to reload my game. This happens occasionally when you're going too quickly here through the player stuff. Let me restart. Probably going to have to recut Tannehill. What do I think about OBJ to the Cowboys? I think they should be in. I think that they need that 3-headed monster at receiver. And Jerry should do everything he can to make it work. That just happened to me last time I recorded in the Vikings franchise too. Like I'm going through menus there quickly because I mean I want to move quick and it just freezes. The draft reset glitch has not been handled. Not completely. All right, we're loading back in right now. Thankfully, stuff loads fast here on the PlayStation 5. So we are still in re-sign players stage. All right, so we don't have Ryan Tannehill anymore. And then another player I think I'm going to release is Danico Autry. I think he's a decent player, but I don't think I want to carry his cap number, and he's 33 years old at $9.25 million this year. I'm open to bringing him back at a smaller number, but I'm going to be releasing Autry to free up $7.25 million. And I will be releasing Bud Dupree right now. This is to free up 10.6. There is a penalty of 9.6. But I think I'll be able to use that 10.6. Those 3 moves were the cap casualties I wanted to make. There are a few players I'd like to get trade offers for if possible. First one, I can't do it here, but Robert Woods is one of those players. I had written down Taylor Lewan, but with the retirement of Ben Jones, I think that's not going to be in play. And then one that's maybe a little bit of a surprise is I want to offer and see what we could get for Elijah Molden. Even if it's just a mid-round pick or something, Molden's fine. He's not bad. But we need the picks, and we can slide Roger McCreary into that role instead, who is a little bit better athlete. So Once I can get there, that's what I want to do. Please keep the face cam for the edited version. What do you guys like on the edited version? Face cam or no? Because I usually say no. And right now it's not recording, but I can change that with a click to make it a part of the recording if you want reactions in that video. Been pretty good, Decanator. How about you? We're trying to get Roger to start, Chris. No, no, no. Indifferent. No face cam. No face cam. It seems split. Very split. Obviously, the face cam stays on for streams. I'm talking about the edited version. It's so split. Wait, we got poll here. The poll is going to decide. For the draft? Ooh, that's an interesting one. Been here since Madden 12 Vikings. Also, thoughts on my Falcons. My current thoughts are why am I not surprised and still hurt at the same time? Appreciate that, Spencer. The thing is getting Kyle Pitts above 28 receiving yards should be a lot easier than they've made it. I just don't get it. How you can't involve this guy and get him the ball more. If you were able to simulate a season where it's Kyle Pitts on all 32 teams, is there a team where he would be doing less than he is right now than on the Falcons? Should have just kept Austin Hooper, because at least in their heavy running attack, he'd have more value. Good God, Pitts on the Ravens. Yeah, he'd be doing Isaiah Likely's role, but at an elite caliber athletic level. Is there any way you trade Derrick Henry in the franchise? Not this offseason. Not at this moment. So right now, we have created $81.3 million in cap space, which includes apparently 22 of rollover cap. So we have now created the space to do a little spending. Mariota had some moments on Thursday that are going to make it really hard to not consider putting Desmond Ridder in soon. Thank you, Steagles fan. Yeah, the poll is still split too. Yes, 60%, no, 40% on 345 votes. I think we'll do a compromise and we'll do face cam on during the draft. Because right now this is information focused, whereas the draft is just pure emotion. Yes, please leave a like on the stream if you're having a good time. I would appreciate that. So we have our unrestricted free agents here on the team. And now it's telling me $69 million in cap space. We have a lot of players here that are not going to get any kind of an offer. Older players. Time to move on. Brewer, maybe on a one-year deal. We do need the depth here at guard, but I'm not offering any more than that. He's going to test. Torrey Carter. So I'm open to bringing him back, but there is a fullback in the draft that I have interest in. Dennis Daly. Again, we want to have some depth along the offensive line. He does have some run blocking ability. But again, we have like the interest is so low. I'm not coming way up. Okay. We went up 100K though, and we got Dennis Daly back. So there's a guard. Afadi Adenabo, we'll let him go. Kavonte Turpin, we'll let him go. Josh Gordon. We will be letting him go, unfortunately. Zach Kerr will let go. Carter Coughlin. Possibly later. But we have linebackers. Austin Hooper. I don't think we'll bring him back, but I'm open to it possibly later. Not now. Deshaun Hand. I think he was pretty productive towards the end of the season for us. No, I might be thinking of somebody else. He only had 3 tackles. It was not Deshaun Hand. So we'll let him go. Ugo Amadi, probably let him go. David Long, probably going to let him go. We have Monty Rice and Zach Cunningham right now, and Cunningham's contract is terrible, but I think he's a year away from us moving on from him. Tyir Tart, maybe. I'm not tagging Adeniyi. Lonnie Johnson will probably let go. Was it DeMarcus Walker who was productive? I don't think it was him. 6 tackles, 1 sack. Last game of the year. We do need some depth. Former 2nd round pick. It's not a lot of money. But he's not taking this. Jeff Swaim will let go. AJ Moore will let go. I think that leaves 2 players. Tyir Tart. So nose tackle is one thing I want to address in this upcoming offseason. Tart, to me, is just not enough of a difference maker as a starter. He had 14 tackles this year, 4 tackles for a loss. He played 306 snaps. So that's about 30-ish% of our snaps. Not in a hurry to bring him back. And then that brings you to Nick Westbrook-Akine, who actually performed well for us down the stretch and was one of the better route runners on the team. So if we check out his stats on the season, the final weeks, around 300 yards in his last 3 games combined, and one of those was a 97-yard kind of a fluke touchdown. It was a fluke touchdown. But I'm okay offering him a deal if we can work something out here. But nobody has interest in coming back is the problem. What's the fair offer here? The neutral offer. Let me make it a little bit better. And Nick Westbrook-Akine is going to be testing. So we aren't re-signing anybody, apparently. I do want to check out Mock Draft 3 to see a little bit of what they're thinking now. They have Grant Richardson going number 1. Seattle passing on quarterback at 1. So the Lions would get the top guy. They have us going Mike Parker at 4. And they have Riddick falling all the way to 10. And I'm looking to see if we start to get Sal Sexton here in the first round, because in Mock Draft 2, he was absent. Wow, Marcus McAllister has dropped 19 spots. He's the receiver of the year. And there it is. They have Sal Sexton rising now into the first round, going to the Bengals. So let's go on to the next stage then. We currently have 42 players under contract. We need to go address backup quarterback. I'd like to get speed at running back. I don't really want to get anybody that competes with Haskins or Chestnut right now. I like those two. But if I can get somebody with speed, that would be ideal. We do have Trenton Cannon on the roster, And because he does have some speed and acceleration, I will leave him there for now, but I am looking for a different speed guy. A fullback, because I think this scheme is going to call for one. And then we have Robert Woods, Traylon Burks, Denzel Mims. We need more speed, and we could use some more route running ability. I do want to float Robert Woods to see what teams would give us in a trade. And I want to do the same for Elijah Molden. I could see Molden actually getting a little bit of interest because he has star dev and he's 24 years old. But tight end now, we do need another player here. A lot of you want that to be Sal Sexton. And then offensive linemen, we have no center on the team now. We have Nate Davis, Taylor Lewan, Nicholas Petit-Frere, maybe. I go back and forth on if I think he can start for another season. He's gotten a little bit of development. He would get more, but... because I can't just go get 3 linemen in the draft that can start. I just can't. Get Quez Watkins. He would be an ideal fit. Edge rush is a big one. Wow, I don't have a single defensive tackle on the team. I have 4 linebackers here. Harold Landry, Rashad Weaver. Getting Harold Landry back is going to be so big. This is like a free agent addition for us. We didn't have him last year. We will this coming season. I like our corners. I like our safeties. We could use depth at either spot. And the combine results are out. I want to check out a little bit of this quick. So, how good is Mike Parker here? 13th best 40, 7th best 3-cone, 6th best bench. We now know that he has great speed, great strength, great acceleration. A finesse, B to D power. And then there's Terrell Riddick, who has great speed, great strength, a little bit faster, same reps, I believe, a little bit better 3-cone, less injury prone. What do we think about Riddick versus Parker, though? It's really, really tight. Parker's ranked higher, so you think he has a better chance at a higher development? They're both really good. Are you going to edit Herbert's contract so the Chargers actually keep him? A lot of you are saying Riddick. Okay. I believe I have already edited that contract. If not, I will this year. Maybe it was a different one I edited. Let me see what I have here. Okay. So I'll have to do it during the 2023 season. It was the Derwin James one that I think I edited in. Or EA did it. I can't remember. But Derwin's is in. I checked all the draft stories from the season. I jotted down the notes there. We'll see if we have any more. Oh, that's a big one there. Eric Steinbach. Not competing in the combine. He was one of my top 3 tight ends. That's the only new one. But I have all these in my notes. There is one guy I've also gotten really excited about, and I want you guys to tell me if I'm justified in having a lot of interest or if I'm overhyping him. But I really like left outside linebacker Marcus Jones out of Penn State. So he's around 2 to 3 projection. I want him to be one of our individual workout players. He's a physical player. He's a hard hitter. Good motor. Struggles to find the ball in the air, unfortunately. 4.63 speed guy. Good 3-cone. Good shuttle. A awareness. A zone coverage. But F finesse, F power. He's not going to rush the passer very much. I wanted to make him a workout player to see if he's more than just a coverage backer. There were a couple guys that you could also look at, but they're projected to go earlier in like the late first round. Quindarius McClendon, run stopper who has B zone coverage, and this is at outside linebacker, so that coverage can be a little misleading, but he has the athleticism of a coverage linebacker as well. Possibly a little power moves here, but again, he's like a first round guy, so I don't really consider McClendon to be all that likely. Tom Townsend, similar. Wow, better 40. But he's projected, I think, still first round. At least he was in mock draft 2. For like guys on my board, I put a bunch of outside linebackers on there. For middle linebacker, I took the 2 on there I originally had and took them off. I think that we just have a couple okay options here. Austin Carter, fast, good 3-cone. Solid strength, A hit power, B zone, B tackle. Could be a decent choice. Just checking my notes to see if there's anybody else I wanted to point out right now. I got Deron Thurston here as a well-rounded player. 6'6", 266, big. 4.76 40, great strength. B block shed, B power, C finesse, but he's more of a late first round guy. At cornerback, I literally have 2 guys on the board. At safety, I literally have 3. And a couple are projected UDFAs. I did not like this secondary class. Has nothing to do with how good ours are. Like, I just don't like the secondary. I have 5 receivers on the board, and none are like mid to late round picks. I don't like any of them. For like true wide receiver 1 upside guys, I like Marion and Person. I wanted to see their 40s. Okay. 4.44. Lamont Marion, A short route running, C deep, A spec catch, A catch in traffic, and B release. David Person. He ran 4.56, a good deal slower, but similar skill set. And then Johnny Cheeks. He's a deep threat, but I haven't found anything. Holy cow, he ran 4.25. It's one thing to be a 94 speed deep threat, but Johnny Cheeks, what do we think he is? At least 97 speed, maybe 99. Wow. Matthew Shirley I also liked, but he has F catching. He ran 4.34. Almost a 1/10 of a second slower than Johnny Cheeks. I'm not even sure I checked out Johnny's skills, but it's like all deep route running, but it's an A. A spec catch, B release, B catch in traffic. I think we still are in on Johnny Cheeks, even if he's one-dimensional, because that dimension is elite. We do need the Sexton combine, we do. Sal Sexton. 4.48. Oh, man. That's got to be 90, 91, 92 possibility. So we're starting to come together here with the guys that we like. There's, you know, edge rush early, wide receiver, possibly, tight end. What I like about the offensive linemen here is that you can find starters. They've done a really good job in this game. I want to give EA some credit with this. They've made it easier to get day one starters in like rounds 2 through 4. Because those guys aren't just like 67 overall and just terrible. Like these round 2 to 3 guys are legit. Brian Freeman was best center in college football. And we suddenly have a gaping hole at center. He's an outstanding athlete who's not like weak. He has decent strength, so it's below average, but all those A grades make me feel pretty good. He's a pass blocking first guy, but he's an elite pass blocker. A awareness, pass block finesse, pass block power. And then I like Timmy Church as a 3rd to 4th round projection. I think he's a day one starter. Athletically, he's not even terrible. He's not as complete, but he's a day one starter to me. And the tackles I like are more mid-first rounders. Everett McLeod, who has a top 5 projection, he actually would fit a scheme like ours. He's a power tackle, so he's more in the Ike Ekwonu mold. Maybe not the same elite strength, though. It's still good. But I don't see him being a top 5 player. Not for us in this class. Not with all of the needs we have. He might be a really good run blocker, but I just don't think it's the right pick. And then I actually took him off our board, but I thought Edward Burney was overrated, and he had a negative injury storyline in the draft stories. F injury. The pass blocking doesn't look promising. Looks like a better run blocker. So he's not even on our board. But he is like an elite athlete. I think he's mocked to go like top 10 or something. And I know I'm not taking him there, so he's just not on the board at all. So on the board total, we have 69 players. Sal Sexton or Bus Kane. So excited for the draft. So am I. This is going to be hopefully a really fun stream. I want to get some of these studs we've been breaking down here. But one last look at the roster before we get into the actual free agency portion. D and F grades at receiver are different. Well, I'm still worried about D and F grades at receiver, Quentin. Because it's gotta... I'm assuming that still means, you know, mid-60s and stuff. If it's in the 70s, it's a little bit different. I'd have to see a player who has F catching and what it ends up being, and we're going to check at least one of those today. So as we get ready to look at the free agent class, we're going to need a lot for this offensive line. We could use a backup quarterback. Remember, speed at receiver and running back. And defensively, edge rush help. I think it becomes a very different offseason if there's a good edge rusher we could add in free agency. But is that player going to be there? And we have nothing right now at defensive tackle. And I want to get a nose tackle on this team. So let's take our first look now at free agency. Here we go. Odell Beckham Jr. is on the very top of the board. We have $66 million in cap space. Jordan Poyer, James Robinson, Elton Jenkins, who I think would be a pretty good fit. And Calvin Ridley at 28 years old could be a fit. Jimmy Ward. Ooh. Javon Hargrave actually has interest and might actually be a really, really good fit. We might be in on Hargrave. Who else we got here? Devin McCourty, Dawson Knox, Sterling Shepard, Marcus Davenport, Jamel Dean, Devin Singletary, Jabril Peppers. I don't know. I think Peppers would be interesting if we like played him in the slot. But I don't think we have the money to go get who we need and then him. So I like Elton Jenkins as a fit because we need a lot of offensive line help. And we could play him at guard or tackle. In real life, he hasn't been playing great at tackle. But we could do whatever we wanted with him. He could be a cornerstone of this offensive line. Peppers at running back. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Is it worth offering the $8 million a year it takes, though? Tony Pollard has the speed, but I think that he's probably going to want more money than I'm willing to give right now. Speedy running back options. Tony Pollard, Melvin Gordon, Kenyon Drake, Rashad Penny at 90 speed. Raheem Mostert. I could probably be in on Mostert on a one-year deal. Justice Hill, Tariq Cohen, Ty Johnson, Kalen Ballage. Is he on a practice squad or anything? I think Mostert's the only guy here I want to offer to. But let's start out. What's the interest like anyway? Elton Jenkins. It's low. But we need to get some serious help for this offensive line. 3-year deal. He's 27. I say make it a 4-year deal. We're going to have to boost this bonus because he's not all that interested in us as a team. There are other teams interested, but we've made the best offer. That's one. Any other linemen? Makes sense. Trey Turner. Eric McCoy at center. Okay. There isn't a ton out here. In real life draft this year, Hendon Hooker being an older rookie, when and where do you think he'd go? I don't know. I haven't really thought about that a whole lot. But yeah, older rookie at quarterback. I mean, if you are that good, I mean, we watched Brandon Whedon go first round at like 28, 29 years old. So I think it really depends how much hype he's able to build. I think that if it's high enough, teams would overlook the age. And then you have to look at who outside of the teams drafting Stroud and Young are still looking for quarterback and who else there is. Left guard Moody. Natane Moody, 73 overall, only 24 years old. He's pretty young. Powerful guard. Run block power's up there. 96 strength. Sounds like a scheme fit to me. I think he would be an option. I like that elite strength for sure. 3.5 million a year. I think I'm in on that. I might have to boost it up. This is 4 million right here. That's a strong offer. But that could help us get the offensive line going a little bit. 2 teams interested in Odell at $20 million a season. I'm not in on Odell with this offense. Ridley at 28 years old, star dev, $17 million a year. Not him and Robert Woods on the same team though, that's for sure. A lot of teams like Hargrave. He is 30 already, really? Man, he's been around longer than I remember. Good player. Got traded to the Browns here in season this past year in my franchise. So, how many years is he wanting? Just 1? Well, we don't have a single D tackle on the home. He would be close to home, North Carolina. Close by. I think we're in. Leaves us with $34 million for the time being. Some people still talking about Ridley. Let me see ratings again. He would be more of a downfield option. If we got him, we'd immediately want to get out of the Robert Woods deal. Long-term franchise team outside of Carolina. Well, your profile picture could be one team, Lion. I assume you want a different team. Let's go with the previous suggestion, though, of the Colts, because they've quickly started a downward spiral, and the quarterback situation is one you have to address there. They certainly don't have the solution on that roster. Offensive line's kind of fallen apart quickly. They got some good players on defense, but now it's become a rebuild, I think, focused on the offensive side. No one's interested in Ridley. And for that reason, I think I'm in. A 2-year deal, perhaps. I'll make this offer. That leaves us with 17. If you wanted some speed, there's also McCole Hardman, but I just don't think that I want to go that route. He'd probably be all right, though. He definitely wouldn't be bad. There's also DJ Chark. Fuller's there, but down to 90 speed and 90 acceleration, so he's certainly not what he once was there. And then maybe, like, before preseason, we also bring in a guy that's kind of left over here. Maybe it's like a Paris Campbell or an Isaiah McKenzie, Jalen Reagor, just to see, like, another speed guy try to have a chance. I'll give a little offer here to MrHurriicaneLP, see if he wants to come back. 1 year. I can only offer so many, though. I think I've already made as many offers as I can. Or is that 5? Yeah, I did see KJ there. Let me, I want to see his ratings quick. Different player than MrHurriicaneLP, but he has more interest. really similar ratings in a lot of ways. I'll stick with MrHurriicaneLP. But I have 5 offers out there. That's as many as I could make right now. So that's Elgton Jenkins, we're in first. Calvin Ridley, Javon Hargrave, MrHurriicaneLP, Moody. I might have to go a little bit higher on the offer for Javon Hargrave. $14.3. If we do get Ridley, I would likely then be looking to move Robert Woods. Let me just take one more look at some of these positions, because I really want a good run stuffer for the defense. The best we can do is 81 block shed. Linval Joseph is still there. He might be one of the better nose tackle options. Because Ridley's a lot better than McCole Hardman. Hardman's route runnings were all in the low 80s. And he's a lot smaller. Whereas if we were able to get Calvin Ridley, he's prototypical like wide receiver 1. Whoops, did I just withdraw that? How'd I do that? He has speed to get deep. He has better route running. Oh, I can't check out his player card if I've already offered because triangle turns into withdraw. Mostert doesn't fit right now. We've already given out 5 offers. I mean, I could pull the one for MrHurriicaneLP and then offer to Raheem Mostert, which is probably a fine idea. He's not going anywhere. It would just be a 1-year offer too. So, those are the players we've offered to right now. Just joined, so I don't know if you've been asked this question, but has your top 5 rebuild teams changed since the trade deadline passed? Well, I'm sure it has, just with the way the season's unfolded, and some teams have been better, some teams have been worse. I think suddenly Green Bay looks like one of the best rebuild teams because Rodgers is up there in age. They have nothing at wide receiver, and I think there are more issues with that team than we expected a handful of weeks ago. So Green Bay, I think, joins one of the better rebuild candidates. All right, we're going to evaluate these offers. And no from Ridley. Nothing yet for Hargrave or Mostert. But we do upgrade the offensive line. We have brought in Elgton Jenkins and Netane Moody. We had to immediately do something for this offensive line, and we have now done that. We have 2 signings. Kane, please don't look at mock draft 5. I'm like 95% sure it spoils the draft because players get drafted in the exact order of the last mock. I kind of like looking at mock draft 5. What does everybody else think? Thank you for the super chat. The last time I saw mock draft 5, I wrote down the entire list so I could use it when I was drafting, and teams were staying pretty close to it. To try and like make sure it saves, I'm going to be backing out and like reloading my franchise in case it like crashes again so I don't have to redo anything. Look at it, don't skip it. Cool. Very split again. It is usually how the draft goes down. Let's see who's on the trading block. Create poll. I need another poll. This is for looking at mock draft 5. And we'll see what the community says. Baron Browning. Normal dev. Yeah, he's playing outstanding in real life. Thank you, Ron. It is a good comeback here to do a stream and get 1,400 right now. Can we get to 500 likes? Can we get to 500? The mocks can be really accurate, yes. When I did one and really focused on it the last time, it was basically no surprises until like the 20s or so. Trade Finder on Woods. I wouldn't mind at least seeing what teams think. And they're not giving me any offers, so. Darnell Mooney. Azeez Ojulari. Am I getting Giants franchise version? Let's try Molden. This is one I think could actually be interesting. Maybe not. I could have a Jean Charles on the team again, but yeah, not thrilled with these offers. All right, so we're still in free agency 1. We have a few more evaluation periods to go through. But here are the players who have already signed. Odell to the Patriots, Jordan Poyer to the Eagles, Marcus Davenport to the Ravens, Jamel Dean to the Raiders, Jabril Peppers to the Commanders, Evan Ingram stays in Jacksonville, Sean Murphy Bunting to Pittsburgh, Jacoby Myers to the Commanders, Eric McCoy. McCoy would have been pretty good to offer on. $8 million a year roughly. Austin Hooper's gone. He goes to the Bengals. So the top available players now: James Robinson, Jimmy Ward, Devin McCourty. A lot of players who have no interest in us. Hardman, is really interested in us, though. That's interesting. But I'd have to go to $10 million a year on McCole Hardman. I'd rather just be more aggressive when it came to Calvin Ridley than do that. Lowball him? He has a team interested. That wouldn't work. Like if I came in offering, 7.7 for a 1-year deal. Unless the interest he has in us is that powerful. Where is he? Well, I still have our offer above the Jaguars. $7.5, 1 year. If I can get him on that for a 1-year prove-it deal, I think I'd be okay with that. Why only 1 year? It's not like he's going to get a whole lot better than this. He still doesn't have any release. He's not an elite route runner. He's average to above average. I think he'd still be a fairly frustrating player, and I'd want to see how that works for a year. I know he's not going to get worse, but he would cost me so much money per year that I want going somewhere else. So we still have the offer on Mostert. We now have an offer on McCole Hardman. Hargrave, who is interested. Ridley, who is really not. We can offer to one more player in this stage. We got backup quarterback options. 5 teams interested right now in Ryan Tannehill. I want to focus on a player that could possibly be a mentor, though. That is not Baker Mayfield. Jimmy G? Nope. Where can I see? Isn't there an easier way to see mentors over just opening every profile? Oh, the tags are on the left there. Okay. Highest rated mentor is Andy Dalton. And then Tyrod Taylor, who would be actually a really good mentor and fit for this offense if there was an injury. $3 million a year. Probably not going to do better than Taylor. I know Brissett's incredible on my channels, but he's a bridge quarterback, not a mentor. $3.9 million right now in available money if all these players accept. I think I'm going to pull the offer for Ridley. I think that we just need to look at being able to do a little bit more. Josh Allen is in line to start in Week 10 per Ian Rappaport. They did not elevate Matt Barkley to the active roster. Look at linebackers. I don't really think I need to look at linebackers this year. Okereke would be a decent option. I like who we have, and then I want to look into the draft. But linebackers in terms of just adding edge rushers is not a bad idea. I think Malik Reed could be a choice here. I want to get a power rusher. We have so much finesse. Can I get power rushing somewhere? Danico Autry. We cut him. We could bring him back. at a lower number. Akeem Hicks, Everson Griffin. Anybody younger? Derek Barnett. What about a flyer on a guy like Barnett? This is for Edge. Bud Dupree, Marcus Golden, Carl Nassib, Anthony Nelson. Yeah, it's just not a good class for it right now. I can offer to one more player this week. I might have to come up for Javon Hargrave if I want to make that work. Thing too is like Hargrave, if things don't work out this year, he ends up being also a really good option to trade mid-season. So I have to go better than that. What if I make it a 2-year deal? Didn't really change a lot. That gets us closer to first. Yeah, it's tough. 17 teams are in on Hargrave. 17. Oh, this is rough. I do want... Let me take a look at our depth chart again. Outside of Simmons, there is just not a defensive line starter on the team. We saved a little bit of money releasing Autry, but I think that we could still bring him back for a year. Where do they have him listed in here? He'd be interested in coming back as well. Tyquan Lewis is also a fit, and he's younger. A better athlete, just as strong, but worse awareness. Not as much of a pass rusher. Similar run defender. They'd both be like $6 million players. I don't think Barmore would be a good fit for us. He's like a 4-3, 3-tech nose to 3-tech pass rusher. I don't think that he should be in our 3-4. Akeem Hicks. What's his injury at? I know in real life he struggled to stay on the field in recent years. 84 injury. Hurricane. Haven't been to a stream in a while. Been super busy with work. Keep up the grind. How about them Seahawks? Indeed. How about them? 6-3. Going in to take a Tampa team on tomorrow. I mean, that game could really go either way. And that NFC South is also up for grabs if the Bucs want to start playing well. I think narratives changed so much just because they had one good drive last week at the tail end to go win that game against the Rams. We're going to try to do a team-friendly deal here. I think I'm going to offer to him. Is it worth it to put an offer out on Hicks? I mean, he could be the nose. Or we go down to, he is a 79 at end, but Linval at 78. I worry about the injuries with Hicks. Linval is 88 injury. 96 strength. Basically 80 block shed. In comparison, Akeem Hicks has 87 block shed, 93 strength. A Band-Aid for a year, possibly. We could try to make this work. Again, not offering like the top offer right now. Also would be a mentor. So that would be 5 more offers put out. We got Hardman, Hicks, Mostert, Autry, Taylor. All right. Evaluate those 5. And also, the poll here had me looking at mock draft 5, 64% to 36%. So 2/3 basically looking at a yes there. All right. So 4 players have not made a choice. And we did get Raheem Mostert. So we add the speed at running back I was looking for. So that would just make it easier for me to take a few carries away from Derrick Henry and to have a little more speed out there just from time to time. Because this team needs more speed. And that would give us 4 running backs that I like. Still have that offer out on Hardman, Hicks, Autry, Taylor. What did I offer to Autry? I wish it would just tell me. I think it was like we freed up a little over 7 in releasing him. Or it was 9. We could bring him back possibly. Anybody else I want to throw an offer out to right now? Nobody's offered a Pollard or Ridley. Devin Singletary does have 5 offers. Did MrHurriicaneLP, is he still out there? He is. We could consider it. Ridley already turned us down once, and now we only have 19 million in cap space. That would basically be all of our space. Now, that's if all these guys sign. But I really want to get some starting D linemen. That'd be nice. Probably have to increase my offer on Hicks. That's 3.5 on both sides. I don't know if that was the same I already offered. That boosts it a little bit. I'm not super attached to getting Hardman. I'm still going to leave that same offer out there. I'm not going to adjust it. That's kind of the most I'm willing to offer, is that 1 year offer. That's the best I'm going to do for him. It's just hard right now. I'm not finding a lot of players I'm like really wanting to offer to. What about Ebucam? I just failed the other day in my series with the Vikings, or the renovation rebuild. But as a full-time edge rusher, I just don't think he would make a huge difference for us. I'll maybe do a 1 year flyer on Barnett. He's not looking for a ton of money. That offer's apparently super weak. All right, evaluate. Third evaluation. All right, some decisions have been made. And we have brought in Mecole Hardman on a 1 year deal. He took it. He was really interested in coming to Tennessee. He signed for a 1 year, $7.5 million contract. So we do get speed. A guy who can be a catch and run threat or just a vertical threat. So we've added 4 players all on the offensive side. So we are still... we've struck out when it comes to the D linemen to this point. So I didn't have to overpay. I didn't have to go multiple years. We can quickly see what he is, and he's still young enough to where if this is a good year and we want him to stay around, he's going to be young enough to still give him a multi-year deal a year from now. I'm not giving up anything for Quez Watkins. I don't have enough picks to start trading for players that aren't like above a 75 overall. Mock Draft 4 is out. Gonna back out quick, reload the franchise, and we're gonna have our first bathroom break of the day. All right, give me just 60 seconds or so, y'all. I'll be right back. All right. What do you guys think of the Christmas tree I chose back there? I know how much y'all love the chair. It's been a while. I haven't streamed much lately. It's not even Thanksgiving yet. No, it's not. But Halloween's over, so we're on to Christmas. One sec. I can make this better. I can make it better. There. Now it's lit up. I'm not going to put any ornaments on it till after Thanksgiving, though. That's the compromise. All right, y'all. Let's check out Mock Draft 4 quick. So they still have Grant Richardson going #1 overall, and Seattle passing on a quarterback here right away. Miles Jeffrey, Edward Burney. They have us going Mike Parker, Nick Miller, Everett McLeod. Brian Pickett is now up to 7. He has surpassed Terrell Riddick. And Pickett, he is a really, really interesting player. We will be right back bumper anytime you gotta leave, and it's just a picture of your chair. Y'all are obsessed with the chair. We might have to do something like that. Brian Pickett, though, I kind of glossed over him a little bit, but he's a really interesting player because check this out. He is a power rusher at 6'3", 255. He's not as great of an athlete as some of the others we've checked out. But remember, he's a power rusher. We know he has B finesse. We don't know his power moves, but you can pretty much guarantee it's not a C because he's a power move archetype player. So he's going to be able to rush both as a finesse and power player year one. B awareness. He's also really good. But the athleticism, you do take a hit there. So it's like I have him under Parker and Riddick for that reason. Okay, been watching a long time and wanted to send some love. Hoping you don't draft the next Adam Kane anytime soon. My vote is for Sal Sexton. We can't really afford an Adam Kane level draft pick at this stage. That would not be good for my brand. They still have Sal here at 32. Now, one of the problems here is that I think for us to be creative and try to get our favorite guys in this class requires some draft trading. And then that comes back to the draft reset bug and perhaps trading causing a lot of problems when it comes to triggering that bug. So what do we think about that? Because I'm willing to trade to go get the players. It's just a matter of if the game's going to work. I'm willing to give up a future first round pick in some cases to get the guys I want. So to do it pre-draft, it's risky because I don't know that everybody's going to be there and I have to pick a slot to trade into beforehand. It's not really difficult to trade down here and then make it work. The problem is if I want one of these edge rushers, I got to take them. And then I got to come up from either the second round pick or the next year's first. So that's where it gets tough. Unless we do a weird trade before the draft that gets us into the middle of the round so that we can be in position. Because I think one of the ideal outcomes is we go edge rusher at 4 or even trade down a little bit because I like Terrell Riddick a lot. but also get a second first-round pick so you can get Sal Sexton. I think that Cheeks might become the odd man out because he's projected to go at 20. I would rank Sexton higher as a player and edge rusher above Cheeks. Yo, Kane just got off work. What did I miss? We have done a little bit so far. If you've just joined the stream recently, we released Ryan Tannehill, Bud Dupree, Danico Autry, but we have made some moves in free agency with that space we opened up. We've brought in 2 new offensive line starters, and Elton Jenkins and Netane Moody. We did lose Ben Jones to retirement, but we also signed McCole Hardman to provide some speed to this offense. And I think that unless I can make a move in free agency, I'm not sure we're going to get to add another receiver this offseason. We also added Raheem Mostert for speed in the backfield, but we have not done a thing yet for defense. We need to. We only have 1 starting defensive tackle. Right, Cheeks kind of is the McCole Hardman archetype. So, Kane, how about the Vikings at 7-1 and the Packers just falling off a cliff? Yeah, how about that? Ain't that something? Let's check out defensive lineman on the block one more time quick. Man, it's just not a lot. Can you give me a 77 overall that fits what we want to do? Not really. Where would I rank the Vikings in the NFC? I'd call them the second best team. I still think that given what Philly's done, I'd put a nice little gap between them and the Vikings. Yeah, the Vikings don't have a lot of signature wins, but they haven't lost in a month and a half. So they keep finding ways to win. They keep finding different ways to win. Kirk's played well. Defense, I think, has improved along the way. Certainly better than they were in week 2. Is there any way we could maybe get a pick or something for Elijah Molden? What would teams offer? I want to trade him somewhere he'd have a chance to play. New England, that's their top need. He could be their second best corner. Obviously, Barmore was in some trade offers earlier. Was he in the Robert Woods trade finder? Yeah, I mean, there's a little upside there, but 77 finesse, 73 power, 79 block shed, and that's with a boost. He's still kind of a project there, is the issue. He's also their best defensive tackle, best defensive lineman. I'm not trading Woods and Molden for Barmore. I need to get a lot more than that. But I'm okay getting a pick. You know, another 3rd round pick. I don't think they'd give me this, but that's where I'd start the talks. Molden would be a starting corner for them. He has star dev in 2 years under contract. So actually, I'd probably start the talks in the second round. Because of what I just mentioned. But I don't think they'll take this. But we're not far off. What if we want a 3 and a 6? There we go. I'll take that. Now we got 7 picks. He becomes their second best cornerback, has star dev, 2 years under contract on a rookie deal. He's cheap. And now Roger McCreary can become our new slot. McCreary, 73 overall. He actually has the day 1 starter and future starter player tags now. He was a little bit more athletic. Not by a significant margin. But would you rather have Molden or a similar player and 2 more picks? That's what it comes down to. So I think that move helps us out. If we had a full slate of picks, I don't think I make that move. But now we have 4 top 100 picks. The only round we're missing is the 4th, so there would be a 70 or a 50 pick gap here, basically. So yeah, now we have 7 picks. We do take a hit in dev trait, but that's okay. It's our 3rd corner. We have Farley and Fulton to be the real difference makers. But still, we need some defensive help in free agency. Calvin Ridley is still out there. I have a few targets here I want. We're going to have to come up for Tyrod Taylor. And some competition now for Akeem Hicks. Might end up not even really saving a lot of money on the whole Autry thing we did. And is there an edge rusher we could take a little chance on here? I mean, Adeniji might still actually be out there. I doubt he really got offers. I could be wrong. There he is. Adeniji had a little bit of productivity with us. We just couldn't get a deal. I think I want to get these evaluated. Oh, they all made decisions. All right. Danico Autry is back. Ola Adeniji is back, and we get Tyrod Taylor. So we missed out on Akeem Hicks. So Autry returns after all. I think we ended up saving a couple $1 million, though, through that move. But we still need to go and plug that nose tackle hole on the team. And I think Linval Joseph is probably one of our better bets just for a 1-year stopgap solution there. Yeah, let's offer to Linval. He's actually interested in us. Bring down some of the money. Can't go too far. Let's see what he thinks of that. And we got Linval, so we have a decent nose tackle there. At least we have guys. Like, we had one defensive tackle to play. We still need to do a little bit more with the depth, and that's what we're going to have to save our remaining space for. So, Danico Autry's back. Linval Joseph, nose tackle, I think is actually a decent little upgrade for us over Tyre Tart. He had some good years with the Vikings. Hopefully he can provide us a little bit. But I think now you look at this team, even bringing back Ola Adeniyi, and it's like those edge rushers are sitting right there for us at 4. They are right there. So, obviously, we still need some youth along the D-line. Let me check my notes quick and see if there are some players I can share. I don't have a lot for guys who would go late, is the only issue. Come on, catch up. I do have Darius Davis. I have him as a D tackle. 6'3", 318. The strength is elite, 38 reps. He's number 1 at the combine there at right end. Not a very good athlete. He's just strong. B power, C block, shed. He's a day 3 guy. So, like, if he's there for us with our 6th round pick we just traded for, I think we'd take him as some depth. And then at D tackle, I think John Thomas is a solid first rounder, but not like at 4. And then Sean Stanton was a player I considered making a private workout player. We know his athleticism is going to be nice. He's supposed to be a good finesse rusher. He has B awareness, C block, shed. So I think he could be a decent pass rusher who develops into a more complete player after a couple years. And then I had Gillespie here. He's a 349-pound D tackle, but in my notes I have him as kind of overrated, even for this range. He does have elite strength, 42 reps, B to D block shed, C power, C finesse. I just wasn't sure about him in the 2nd or 3rd round. I'm maybe thinking a round later on him, but he's still intriguing. There aren't a lot of players like him, and he might, you know, there's no F finesse move in there or anything, so there are some interesting things with him. I'm going to do one more poll here. We have concerns about the draft reset bug. And I don't know, you know, some people have said that trading during the draft partially causes it. I just don't know what to trust there. If it actually correlates or causes it. But do we take the chance? Because I feel like I need to move around this draft. Like, if we trade and then it breaks, I'm not going to blame y'all. I'm going to blame the company that hasn't fixed their game. Now, one thing to remember is in the Vikings franchise, when it did happen to me, I am fairly certain I did not trade during that draft because I heard a lot of the same things everybody else heard. And I was like, all right, if I don't have to trade, I'm not going to. And I don't think I traded in that one, and it still hit me. I can't save before each trade. It doesn't make a difference because it can roll me back, you know, in preseason week 3, it can roll me back. We got 75% saying yes. Because the issue is that I feel like I need to trade to do what I want to do. What's the difference between trading during the draft and trading now? I just don't know. I have no idea. So, looking at the roster now, I think we can release Trenton Cannon. Here we are at wide receiver. You know, I thought about offering again to MrHurriicaneLP. He declined us. With Hardman here now, I think our 1 through 5 are all guys we want to see more of. If he's unsigned in training camp, I'll probably bring him back. Tight end, you know, there's an opening here for a guy. Taylor Lewan, Natane Moody. Don't have a center right now. We have Nate Davis, Elton Jenkins. I don't know where Jenkins is going to play. For now, it's going to be right tackle. It probably ends up being tackle. And then Danico Autry's back, Jeffrey Simmons, Linval Joseph. We need the depth behind those guys. Adeniyi, I might just swap over to left outside here. At cornerback, I'm pretty happy with what we have. And at safety, the same. I'm also not against trying to trade this second round pick into the first, like now. Because I think we already know I'm going to have to move up for Sal Sexton. So if I target a pick and I can get there ahead of it, to where I'd want to be trading up anyway. I'm also not against doing that now. It wouldn't, like, be all that difficult, I don't think. And I think that the spot that I'd want to be in is around where the first tight end actually goes. Because, believe it or not, Sal Sexton isn't the top-ranked tight end in this class. It's Roy Hahn. And Hahn is not on my board. Not because he's not a good player, but because he's projected to go before Sexton. So what's the point? He's not the same caliber of athlete. He's good. But if we can move in to around the 18th spot here, I think I would be very interested in trading that second round pick into this range. So if we start the talks maybe at 15 here with the Chargers, should we trade up with that second round pick now and already have our 2 1s locked in? I don't think I want to play it and try to like just get down here. It might work, but I think I should try to get to 15, 16, 17. So Chargers, Dolphins, Cowboys. Because I believe he's going to have top 5 talent. And I think there's a chance he goes earlier. I don't think he's going to have just round 1 talent. I think he's going to have top 5. So what do the Chargers want then to move up? For us to move up? I don't think this will be enough, but I'm going to start the talks with our 3rd round pick. We need more. I don't want to toss Robert Woods into here. I'm not trying to just dump him there. And ultimately, with the way things have set up now, I think I'd be happy just keeping Woods on the team. And just hoping I can find better ways to use him next year. He had 800 yards this past season. It really wasn't a great year. Didn't use him, a lot of games here with 1 catch. I think I can use him better than that. But wow, we won a lot when he was doing nothing. I don't know if he has the mentor. That's a good call. He is the mentor. You guys want to get rid of the mentor? Y'all have no heart. Now, what if they liked a guy like Dylan Radunz or Petit Frere? They're mixed on Radunz. Petit Frere, I don't know if I want to give him up. I don't often use players to trade up. I mainly do when I think I can justify the trade for both sides. Ultimately, I don't think Radunz would be a projected future starter. TJ Watt's back? I wonder how back he is. What if I throw in a future 3? A 3rd round pick this year, a 3rd round pick next year. We're close. All right. Who's the next team, did I say? Philadelphia? Let's just see what they think. Because they're in that same range. They already have 2 firsts. Wait, 13. I don't think it was 13 I wanted. Who was it Dolphins? Okay. Thank you. Miami. Let's start the same conversation with them. A 3rd round pick. No. Would you like the future 3rd round pick? No. but we're getting there. And Dallas is the next team. I don't know why I just took off all that. This might work. Or just be a sliver away. Yeah. All right, in that case, what if we offer the later of our 2/3 next year's second? And then you give us a 6. This is the Sal Sexton trade, basically. If I go to the next team, we can probably maybe do it. Who's at 18? Do we have any idea? The Raiders are at 19. The Texans. I don't feel like trading with them. So the Raiders would be there at 19. If I want to go down an extra spot. What the heck is up with this menu right now? By the way, is there anybody here who feels they need a tight end that I have to worry about? The Vikings have it as a need. Maybe keep the Vikings in mind as a team we don't want to be under. Don't got to worry about Denver. Y'all ain't picking for a while. I wonder what draft preparation is like for teams that don't have first round picks, or like their first pick is in the 3rd round. It's got to be so different because you know you're not getting one of the premier players. You're picking like your first picks in like the 80s. How do you prepare for that? Are you just hanging out all day at the Mid-Tennessee State Pro Day, and then maybe the next day you're off to Villanova or something? Like, we're getting close to the draft. This is kind of the last thing I wanted to do. Man. Hopefully 19 is a good spot. I have backup plans if it falls through, though. We're actually pretty close to getting a deal here with the Raiders. What if I throw in a future 4? We're close. All right, let's make it the future 3. But then you give us a future 5. No. All right, the future 6. Just do it with Dallas. 418. I guess the Dallas trade wasn't a lot different. Who are we trying to leapfrog? Who's at 18 that we're worried about? That was the Texans? Yeah. If I had to play against them twice a year, I'd probably just end the series tonight. Probably just better option. I thought Han was projected to go after them, but maybe. All right, I think I had to give up the 2. Next year's second round pick. I know I can get a 7 out of them though. All right, we've made the deal. We're gonna have 2 first round picks. I just gave up our 3rd and a future second round pick. We'll gain an extra 7 next year that I'll probably blow on a unathletic quarterback. But that gives us 2 first round picks this year. I don't gotta watch out for Tampa because they ain't gonna trade up. They pick at 25. All right. So I'm close to being able to choose my individual workout players. And I'm really interested in how that shakes out. Let's advance. I know this is taking forever. I appreciate y'all's patience. Yeah, I'll back out, load back in. Never know with this game. So the way it's shaping out here, we're looking at Sexton and an edge rusher. And now I'm wondering if I should make the 2 edge rushers I'm considering both individual workout players to help us make the decision, because they are so close. If we don't, I was looking at making Marcus Jones and a guard, a focus player, or private workout. I think I'll just keep Marcus Jones and do the 2 edges because I have other linemen I like. I don't need to know more about Mark Brooks. I don't think I'm even doing anything more in free agency. I am interested if a team goes and gets Ridley. He ain't gonna take this, but the offer's out there if you want it. One year, 10 million. We just got him. Calvin Ridley, 1 year deal. It worked. All you gotta do is ask like 5 times. One year, 10 million, and we get Calvin Ridley after all. He could have gotten 17 million from us a couple stages ago, and he didn't take it. He was gambling on him getting a big deal in free agency, and it cost him $7 million. So, do we think we want to move Robert Woods now? He pulled a Dennis Schroeder. Yeah, I've heard people reference that one a lot. Can I get a little filled in? Did he just like turn down an offer, expected a big deal, and then just had to take a crappy 1 year offer? Remember when I said that y'all were bad people for wanting to trade away the mentor Robert Woods? Well, I'm about to join you. It was like a 4-year, $74 million deal. So he turned down a bunch of money from the Lakers. Okay. And he ended up getting a 1 year, $8 million. Oh no. And NBA contracts are fully guaranteed too. And he got a vet minimum the next year. You're kidding me. Dude. I don't even think I finessed Ridley that bad. I mean, I got him to take a low offer, but he's getting 10 million as opposed to 17 on a 1 year. So it's not as bad. So back to Robert Woods, because now I think we could trade him and we would regain a little cap space in the process. Oh, James Bradbury. I don't even need a corner, and that's exciting. Wan'Dale Robinson. I don't want a corner. What makes you guys think I want a corner so bad? I want picks. You know what? Do we throw a bone to a team? Should we help him out? Should we help Green Bay? Don't have... Oh, they can't do it. They don't have the cap space. They still don't have any receivers, and they don't have any money. Pay attention to the cap room and see who can actually absorb it. Patriots can. They're one of the only teams that can. Chicago. Chicago. Justin Fields. They just gave up a second-round pick for Chase Claypool. Robert Woods is a lot older, but he would help them. Aaron Rodgers took all the money. This is a heist of the year. I think Rodgers can still be pretty good, but he's missing more throws than I ever remember him missing. I've seen a lot of clips of him just missing open guys. Like, believe it or not, some Green Bay receivers are getting open from time to time, and he's missing them over the middle. He's still got, like, an incredible arm, and, like, his ball placement on, like, you know, like, slot fades and some of those end zone shots are really nice. But I think, like, in the under 10 to 15 yard stuff for Rodgers, like, he's not what I remember. I think downfield, there's a little bit from time to time because he throws with nice touch. I think a second round pick is probably pretty rich. If we ask for a 3, I think it would be more fair. Because they pick at 37 there. They can absorb the big salary. It gives an option to Justin Fields, and we get a 3rd round pick out of it. I think I would be okay with that. There you go. I wonder what I could have gotten away with there if I wanted to take him for a ride. But now we got 2 1s, 2 3s, a 5, a 6, and a 7. So we have 7 picks. 2 in the first. We're getting it. We're getting things figured out. It was more so about getting a fair return there than anything. All right, private workouts. Let me back out and go back in. And it frees up a bunch of cap for us. Like, they're going to pay him a lot of money. The difference is the Bears can afford it because they got all the money they had off their books, basically. All right, private workout time. So I'm going to keep this nice and easy. It's going to be Terrell Riddick, Mike Parker, because one of these two should be our pick at 4. And then I looked through all these players earlier, and I decided that this was going to be one of my players I wanted as a focus. And it's going to be a guy I have to scroll all day for, isn't it? Jesus, where is he? I missed him, and now we're going to do it again. Marcus Jones, there he is. Mock Draft 5 is out. Let's take a quick look. Would it have the updated draft order? So they still got end quarterback tackle. Like, the mock has been the same for a while in that regard. They have us taking Brian Pickett. And then Quindarius McClendon. So the tight end they have going to 20. And they have Sexton falling out again. So they have him as a borderline first round guy. All right. He was only in there for a short while. I just wanted to see who could actually be drafting quarterback here. Because, like, Seattle is apparently passing with the first pick. Because they got Tannehill. Oh, man. Oh, my God. They brought in Daniel Jones. I don't know what you do there. What? Oh, they got Jimmy G in Cleveland now. So to simulate the Watson injury, I had dropped all of his ratings. I think they cut him. So now he's probably a free agent. Whoa, Tampa. What are y'all gonna do? Geno's a 58. Put some respect on Geno's name here, man. I honestly wasn't quite sure what to do with Watson for year 2 if I bring his ratings back up, back on Cleveland. Still can't believe they made that move for him. Matt Ryan is still there. Do we know who they're starting tomorrow? Because Sam Ehlinger probably shouldn't be. I think I'd rather watch Matt Ryan throw left-handed. Teddy. Tua. He won an award. Pro Bowler. Best quarterback. Offensive player of the week, you know, just 3 times in a 4-week span. No big deal. Nick Foles. I forgot Nick Foles was on that roster. When did that happen? I think about Nick Foles and Joe Flacco a little bit, because these dudes have gotten paid, and now they're backups who, like, are never going to play again. Like, Flacco got a huge deal from the Ravens. I'm pretty sure he played out every year of that contract, and now he's probably playing for, like, the minimum? What is he making? Why hasn't Joe Flacco retired? Is a question I ask myself a lot. He must love football. Because he ain't in it for the money. And they haven't been winning until this year. I know he's on the Jets. He's been there for multiple years. Ellinger is the starter for the rest of the season. Colts really like him, and I agree. Is that opinion subject to change? Because it hasn't really been very promising to this point. Appreciate the super chat. Hey, I need Xavier Worthy of your Longhorns to go for 67.5. I need the over on that, all right? Before we get to the draft, make Mayfield punter, trade for him, send him to Tampa. Thank you, CJ, for the super chat and the interesting idea. Before we get to the draft, I do want to mention that today's stream is sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. And you can check out in the description down below and use the promo code Kane when you sign up, and they'll match your first $100. On Underdog, it's a great place to play fantasy football each weekend. You got all kinds of player fantasy stats here you can go higher or lower on. Just have a little fun with the football games. I have one today that's college football, and it was the Jalen Hyatt, Marvin Harrison, Xavier Worthy, overs on all three. Hyatt and Harrison smashed already, and in a couple hours, I need Xavier Worthy to do the same for me. I'll go 3 out of 3 and 6x my money, which I put $5 on it. But, yeah, check out Underdog Fantasy if you haven't. Must be 18 years old to play. Make sure your state is eligible. I think like 13 states are weird or something like that. But I've been playing Underdog since before they ever approached me. I've followed them since before they were even Underdog. I followed their previous site. So I like playing there a lot, and I appreciate them supporting the channel. Now, let's get to the draft. It's time, everybody. What we've all been waiting for, and I really hope that we don't have any bugs here during the actual draft or anything. I'll be keeping track of everything I do so that I can recreate it if need be. Hope I don't. Dakota, thank you for the 30-month membership. Appreciate that. Just let Deshaun do whatever, say it other interests than football. Yeah, there are a lot of ways you could go about that. You know, ultimately, I didn't want it to ever be like a focus of the series or anything like that, so I don't know. Might just leave it the way it is. I do need a center, but I'm prepared. As long as he makes it to the 3rd round, because now I don't have a 2nd round pick. So, let's check out the players I had as... Let's get the cam on, by the way. So now it's going to be visible for the stream and recording. Cool. I missed the G Fuel sponsor days. Those were a long time ago. That's almost a decade ago. I really liked G Fuel back in the day. I haven't had it in a long time. So, will I be streaming the Vikings when time comes? I don't typically in that series. I don't think so. It's more real that he would sign with Tampa on that contract than the Vikes. You could zero the contract and then put it back. Yeah, well, let's see what they do. There are quarterbacks in this class. We'll see how teams finish things off. Do I care for PFF and their grading system? I do like PFF overall. Like, they track a lot of stats you're not going to find anywhere else. The grades, I don't think you should put too much stock into. But I think that their premium stats are really, really good. So for Terrell Riddick, we now know it's A, awareness, A, finesse, C, power, B, block, shed. And obviously, he's an outstanding athlete, really fast, good reps, A to B injury. So that got even tighter. And then the other option was going to be at right outside linebacker and Mike Parker. Not quite as fast, similar strength, more injury prone, and now C to D power moves. I think that solidifies it for us that we want to go get edge rusher. I already forgot his name. Terrell Riddick. I think he's our guy. And then linebacker Marcus Jones. %90 scouted. We know he's got speed. Outstanding athlete. C block shed, C tackling. So the tackling would need a bit of work, but he's a good coverage linebacker. As long as you can trust this left outside linebacker coverage rating, because sometimes you can get into trouble here trusting it, but it's an A, not a B. So I'm hoping it's in the 70s, or at least it's got to be a 70, man. Hope so. But I think Marcus Jones would be a fun player for us to go get. And yes, A awareness is always a good sign, of course. Small build, pass coverage archetype. So I think that gets us ready to go. I'm really excited for this draft. And EA, please let me get through this draft and season clean. It's time. Y'all been waiting 2.5 hours. The main event is finally here. Round 1 of the NFL draft in 2023. And the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock after the Russell Wilson trade. They are projected to go get Grant Richardson, who is the #1 player on my draft board. And if he were to somehow make it to 4, he is the pick. But he's been projected to go here the entire time. Seattle passing on quarterback after the acquisition of Ryan Tannehill. And they are going to be selecting Grant Richardson. No drama there. So they go get a player to rebuild that defense, starting now with the front 7 as opposed to the secondary that led them to their first Super Bowl championship. The Detroit Lions are next and are expected to go with the consensus #1 player, Miles Jeffrey, quarterback. And the Lions will do that. Quarterback out of South Alabama. That's the Jaguars, correct? That's RBT's team, right? And then one pick until us, and we have the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have an atrocious offensive line and are expected to do something about it with this pick. And they do. Edward Burney. They go with the left tackle out of Louisville, who's like a power run tackle. The top tackles in this class were like more in the Ike Ekwonu mold or Tevin Jenkins mold. But Edward Burney did not participate in the combine due to medical concerns, but still goes #3. That means we are on the clock here at #4. And we are first. After an offseason focused on addressing our offense, it's time to make a significant move for this defense. And we're going to go with edge rusher Terrell Riddick out of Clemson. Hidden development, 85 speed, 82 strength. He's the guy that we have been targeting now. It was either him or Mike Parker. And I liked that Riddick looked like he might become a very balanced pass rusher. Looked like he might end up being a lot less injury prone as well. And with Harold Landry's injury last year, I mean, we want to emphasize hopefully a guy that can play all 17 for us. So, pick 1 for the Titans of the series. Pass rusher, Terrell Riddick. And now, the path to 17 lies ahead. And we just made a pick at 4 that wasn't projected, which means the mock draft now might be basically useless. There might be a couple surprises, but will it be significant in any way? The Chicago Bears are next after we helped them acquire Robert Woods to be their number 1 receiver. And the Bears have acquired defensive tackle Nick Miller. I think they were projected to do so. Miller I had in my notes, I think. Let me check. Nope, I didn't put notes on him, but he was solid. The Dolphins are next, and they go Everett McLeod, another tackle, good in the running game. So I just wasn't in on these tackles. They weren't good enough in the passing game on day 1, but if they have the development, they'll get there. Houston's next. Could this be a quarterback? It is a right tackle, Michael Roundtree. I thought Roundtree was overrated. On my board, I think I had 3 or 4 right tackles above him. I think there are just better options in this class. One guy, if he comes off the board that I liked, what does my writing say there? Ricky Pointer and then Bruce McNeil were 2 guys that I liked more than him. Round reach? I think so. More of a late 1 guy. Seattle. Mike Parker slides to them at 8, and they're probably thrilled with that. They just combined Mike Parker and Grant Richardson. 2 of the top 3 edge rushers are on the same team, rebuilding the defense in Seattle. Wow. What's the setting I use so I watch the CPU play? Go into the game as you normally would, then hit in L3 so you can do Super Sim, and go to the slow speed. The slow sim is how you watch. Seattle just did something I don't think we've ever seen before. Double dip on edge rushers in the top 10 like that. That's a really good move for them. The Jets are next. And they go Caleb Corcoran. I liked him too. I thought he was the 4th guy based on what I saw. He has A power, but F injury is a concern with him. Washington is next. Chris Ware, corner. He was one of only 2 cornerbacks on my board. He's fine. He's very fine. He has B-zone coverage, I think. D-man coverage. He's not good in press. So do with that what you will. The Giants are next at 11. Dominic Porter. Interesting build at defensive end. He's 6'1", 270. But he's a pretty good, well-rounded player. I kind of wanted a little more information on him. I had him start as a private workout possibility. But for a while, I considered him being one of our top prospects. Can I check our schedule? Let me take a look, see if it's out there. It should be. Do we play Seattle? The Browns in week 1, the Bucks, the Texans, the Jags, and Seattle. We're going to see those stud edge rushers, indeed. So, we don't actually take on the NFC West. What's interesting now with the 17th game on the schedule, that's actually a big positive, is they've introduced an extra out-of-conference game. So the way it works is that you play a conference, or you play a different division every year. So you see us with the entire NFC South on the schedule. We'll play them every 4 years. But now, I think it's that 5th out-of-conference opponent will be somebody who finished at the same point in the standings you did in their division. So Seattle would be a 4th place team from the NFC for us to face. I wonder if their scheme will utilize them properly. I'll edit them so they're in the right spots. Don't even worry about that. Cardinals. Paul Butler, defensive end. I don't think he was on my board. He might have been. I have him in my notes as overrated. Eagles. Marcus McAllister. Number 1 ranked receiver in this class. He's not a great route runner, but he's better than some of the others in this class. He's not an outstanding athlete, but he's a catch and run threat. He's a spectacular catch kind of guy. Honestly, I think A.J. Brown makes him pretty redundant. But now it would be A.J. Brown, Marcus McAllister, Devontae Smith, 3 first-round receivers. A.J. Brown was a second-round pick, but Philly spent a first-round pick on getting him, so it's essentially 3 first-round receivers now. We don't play them next year, because we just played them, I think. Yeah, we did. Our first win was against them. Buffalo. Bruce McNeil. That's a good pick. I liked him. Solid right tackle. Actually, a little bit of pass blocking there. Next up, the LA Chargers. I tried to trade with them initially, and it didn't work. Lamont Marion. One of my top 2 receivers in this class. So, thinking back to my ranks, I think he was actually my number 1 on the board. I liked him a little bit more than David Person. So I think that gives them a really good target to add in for Justin Herbert. And now at 16, the Miami Dolphins. John Thomas out of Auburn. He's a defensive tackle. I like John Thomas. You have your elite guys. You have your next tier under them. I think John Thomas is a second tier player I have on here. A step under elite. And that means we're on the clock here at 17. And we know who we want here. A guy who could potentially be a true difference maker at tight end. There are few players I'd be willing to spend an early first round pick on when it comes to tight end. And Sal Sexton is that kind of player because he has the prototypical size, the elite athleticism, and he runs 4.4. Sal Sexton is as complete as they come when it comes to tight end prospects. And he is our second first round pick. You gotta be kidding me with that normal development, though. There ain't no way a guy who was crafted in a lab, 1 part Travis Kelce, 1 part George Kittle, and he's normal development. There ain't no way he's got normal development. Now, he ain't going to stay normal because he's going to produce. But that's robbery right there. Can't wait to see his ratings. The Houston Texans are up next. Brian Pickett. I liked him. Power rusher who can also rush with finesse. A very complete pass rusher. They've addressed their trenches with their 2 picks. We do not pick now until the 3rd round, and I don't plan on moving up. Kane, I gotta head out, but good luck with the rest of the draft. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed the first 2 picks. Johnny Cheeks. The Raiders go get Johnny Cheeks. This one's for Al Davis. Johnny Cheeks ran 4.25. I can't wait to see what his speed is and how good he actually is. But, you know, us getting McCole Hardman does give us that speed element still. And ultimately, I knew I can't get all the top guys I want. I had to pick my top 2, and you saw them. The Vikings are next. Roy Hahn. So the first tight end is off the board. Second tight end, rather. This was the projection, I think. The Panthers go Eric Baker, a quarterback. So they go from Baker to Baker. But hopefully this one works out for them. I don't know much about the quarterbacks besides they all seemed like pretty decent options. And there were a lot of award winners at the position. Eric Baker was named the best quarterback in college football, for what it's worth. That's Sal's teammate? Oh. Sal was USC, right? Yeah. Kansas City. Ben Peterson. I can't remember on him, honestly. Green Bay's next. Oh, I love this. A quarterback for Green Bay. Jordan Love, you might want to look for a new place to play. They don't go David Person. They say in the media, it would leak out, they had a lot of interest in Johnny Cheeks. They were close to a deal to trade up, but ultimately they felt good about their board. And they take Nathan Stein, a player they've liked for a long time. When Aaron Rodgers recovers from his psychedelic episode he's probably having right now during the draft, he's going to be pissed. All right, the Colts are next. Ricky Pointer. I liked him a lot. I think he was like a top 10 player. So, you finally found your Costanzo replacement. And now the Buccaneers are probably like, we were going to take Nathan Stein, and our current quarterback is Gardner Minshew, and we like his mustache, but we already had a quarterback with an amazing beard, and he didn't take us where we needed to go. So now we're going to go ahead and select Brock Como out of Middle Tennessee State. He is the Heisman Trophy winner from this most recent year. Yeah, Mid-Tennessee State, the Blue Raiders, provided college football with the Heisman winner. Rodgers retired, right? Wrong. Don't worry. They brought in Braxton Berrios. They are fine. What's going on, Franchise Gaming? The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock at 26. Deshaun Payton. Yeah, I liked him a ton. Really good safety. He was the only draftable safety on my board at either spot. I considered him as an option just because I thought he was that good. I don't know where Love went. I'd have to check, and I won't do it right now. Jaden Cobbs, cornerback to Philadelphia. I didn't like the corners in this class, so I didn't like any of them in the first round, really, outside of the top guy who already went. Patriots are next. Donnell Shepard, running back of the year. So Ramondre Stevenson season is on hold once again. The Baltimore Ravens. Braylon Colbert, outside linebacker. I don't think I have anything on him for you. I don't think he was on my board. Yeah, we don't pick until the third round, so we're going to be doing this for a while. Quindarius McClendon. I liked him a ton. I think he's a versatile linebacker. Offers you a chance at a 3-down player. So the left outside linebackers, I went through them today and I realized it was a position I overlooked because I think I had 1 or 2 on my board, and then suddenly I had 9 on my board going through them again. And he was one of my favorites. It must take him like 30 seconds to like sign an autograph though. He's got a really long name. Patrick Gary, right tackle to the Falcons at 31. I don't have a whole lot for you on this one other than he was on my board, but I thought I needed more information on him. Do I know Julio Jones' first name? Isn't it Quintorris? Quintorris Lopez Julio Jones. I think the Julio is just a nickname for his middle name, which is Lopez. So it goes deep. You know, Percy Harvin was William Percival Harvin the fourth, I think, or third or fourth. Appreciate you sticking around, Hubble. At 32, the Bengals go with Darren Bennett. So he was my second favorite running back. He was a receiving back archetype, under 200 pounds or close to it. But I thought he had a little bit of 3-down potential, but he was never going to be in play for us. We're on to the second round. Let me back out and go back in. It does suck for Chris Evans. Yes, he will now be phased out. Mixon and Bennett. Yep. Really good. All right, Seattle is on the clock. Top of the second round. And they have selected quarterback Jawan McCray. 2 edge rushers and then Jawan McCray, who did not take home any hardware, but if I remember correctly from checking out the ratings, he was a pretty good option. I think he's a downfield guy, if I'm not mistaken. The Lions are next. Daryl Knowles out of Wisconsin, a safety. Don't got a lot for you there. Deion Thurston. Now we're starting to get to players I don't know as much about. Kevin Johnson, quarterback. He didn't win any awards. I'm not sure Jerry's winning any for that pick. Chuck Blackwell. Slot archetype. Another option at receiver. I kind of want to see his ratings. Brian Nelson, safety to the Dolphins. Tom Townsend. That's a good pick right there. Texans got a good one. I think he's got 3-down linebacker potential. Eric Maynard. Didn't like the corners. That one hurts, though, because he is the best center in the class and won center of the year. Brian Freeman is not going to make it to us at in the third round. If we had stuck with our original second-round pick, he would have been there. But I made Sal Sexton the priority. So how about the upgrades here for our playmakers? Calvin Ridley, McCole Hardman, and Sal Sexton. Luke Long. Oh, and Raheem Mostert. But Luke Long was one of my favorites. He's gone now, going to the Giants. I have a couple guys still for the offensive line that should be there in the third. Darius Grant. Mark Brooks. I liked him. I was going to make him the private workout player. He was originally one of my players I wanted there. Larry Davidson. Zach Richards. If not for Sal Sexton, he would have been probably the target. Probably no preseason or practice tonight. It's already been a 3-hour stream, so we ain't gonna get to that. Trevor Tapp, I don't know him. Austin Carter, solid linebacker. This is actually a pretty decent pick for the Raiders. Solid. DeMarcus Chambers is a pretty good pick here for the Vikings. But a receiver that I thought had round 1 or like wide receiver 1 upside is still there. And actually 2 of them are. As we near our picks in the 3rd round. There goes David Person. Solid, well-rounded receiver. I think he can be a number 1 possibly with some development. Jazario Dean, coverage linebacker. A lot of them at left outside linebacker for whatever reason. Not a receiver for Green Bay. D'Angelo Farrell goes next. Like, how'd the Packers not take Matt Shirley at receiver? There's Armani Bell, a running back. Lamont Cooper. Doug Scott. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, New England. He probably wasn't our very next pick, but that hurts. Marcus Jones was one of my favorite players that I just discovered today. Man, I wanted Marcus Jones. We're getting close to our turn, though. Sean Stanton's a good pick there. Not bad. Justin Richardson's a solid tight end. He has, like, similar skills to Sal Sexton and Eric Richards, but he's just not the same athlete. There's Matt Shirley. So he's got better chance to be a deep threat than most in this class, but he had F catching. I'd like to know what that turned into. Jeffrey Irving. This is the 4th pick for Seattle. They're going heavy on the defensive side. Getting closer. Kendrick Morse. And Will McAllister. We're on the clock. Round 3, pick 5. Checking out our board, we have 30 players on it. And I think I know who I like here. As you can tell, it's a lot of day 3 guys already. But I think here it's hard to not take Timmy Church because I think he can start. Athletically, he moves well. He's got solid strength, which is right in the middle. So hopefully 84, 85. But B awareness, A pass block finesse, B run block finesse. He's not just a one-dimensional player. I think he's a solid day 1 starter right there. Now, we did get Netane Moody. We have Nate Davis. The issue is that we didn't really do anything at center. So we might have to move somebody to center. Yeah, Elton's played like everything. So Timmy Church, unless somebody else can stand out. We'll take a look at Zach Herron because he's actually projected to go in this range. Corin Gillespie. Ooh. I still got at least 1 or 2 linebackers here that I can take, but man, it hurts not getting Marcus Jones out of this. The thing is I could have probably gotten like 4 guys I really wanted if I didn't do any trades, or if I just traded for an extra 3rd round pick. But because I wanted Sal Sexton, it meant that I had to sacrifice a couple more guys that I could have probably gotten. But I think his upside was worth it. So with that being said, Zach Herrin is a speed rushing defensive tackle with a finesse, and he's a really, really good athlete. I think him versus Church is a real debate here. A finesse and C block shed. I think there's simply more guys for me to possibly get along the D-line, whereas when it comes to the offensive line now, Brad Shaw, I have him in my notes that he's a sixth lineman. He's a swing tackle, basically. Zach Huff, I think, is just a backup. Or he's just a pass block guy. And we're a very run-heavy offense, so it's like an awkward fit. That's why I have him under Hancock on my board. Yeah, I gotta go with Church here. Check projection. I'll check the projection. That's a good call. So on the available board right here, you can get an idea of who you can expect to maybe go soon. Rafael Feliz, by the way, if I want to go linebacker at all, which is not necessary. I have starters. I just don't have a future starter. You might have to take him now to make it work, and I just don't think that it's the right time. We're kind of having to force for a need right now. We have a lot of spots on this team we have to get filled. Herrin is right there, and then Church is at 17, and there's like 17 picks before we pick again. So I think we're gonna have to take Church here. Timmy Church has hit in development. Let's go. 86 strength. I have been scouting him forever, it seems. He was one of our focus players back mid-season. So I think we've drafted 3 starters. He can help us in the running game, and he's even better in the passing game. I've had him as a day 1 starter for a long time. Ron Watson. I don't think any of my, oh man, Gillespie's gone. I don't think I have any receiver targets still available. Dwayne Butler. Tyrell Jones. Trevor Davis. There goes Zach Herrin. So he doesn't quite make it to our next pick. Timmy Palmer. And yeah, I'm kind of making an effort to not trade in this draft. It's gone pretty smoothly to this point, so I don't want to push my luck when we got those early trades to work out in our favor. Got the players we wanted. Just kind of the way the game is, you know, if it does offer a little bit of a chance that we don't have to run into the bug and I can smoothly get into year 2 and I've got the main players I want, I'm going to take it. All right. I never even shared with you guys the fullback I liked. I didn't even check his combine. Leonard Rouse. The speed only came out as a 4.76. Does that break 80? I don't think so. But maybe with a 7th round pick. Seemed like a decent option there. No receivers, 1 tight end on the board. Still got some offensive linemen. Rashad Parker is there. Rafael Feliz made it, actually. So Feliz is probably like the highest projected player on the board. Great speed, marginal strength, F block shed. So probably just the coverage linebacker. So he's one option. For like defensive tackles, we do have Rashad Parker here. Elite strength guy with B awareness, A play rec, C block shed, D power, and I'm not banking on finesse being all that high. He's 358 pounds, so I don't think his finesse is going to make it to a B. This feels a little early. But he would be a developmental nose. I think I'd take Feliz over him. Darius Davis. Elite strength again. Less reps, though. B power, C awareness, C block shed. So a little more of a power rusher here with Darius Davis. 318. He could still, turn into that future nose. So looking at those left ratings there, C, C, and B for awareness, block, shed, power. Just in terms of run stopping, I think the edge goes to Parker. C tackling. B tackling here for Davis. A little more pass rushing out of him too. Yeah, this is kind of tough. We pick here at 21, and then we don't pick again until the 5th round is the problem. We don't have a 4th round pick. We've never had a 4th round pick this season. I don't think we have anyway. What did I trade? I traded the player for Denzel Mims. Feliz does have some upside here with the coverage. B-man coverage, so I'm trusting the zone is also pretty good. But I also like Monty Rice developing. I appreciate that super chat. No message, but thank you very much. Yeah, this is kind of tough. Round 3, pick 21. Kind of feeling Darius Davis. The linebacker and coverage can be good. has some pass rushing. Elite strength. Looks like everybody here likes Parker. Rashad Parker. A lot of people like Parker. B awareness, C block shed. I guess there's a chance his finesse could be better than a D. We could have like a Dontari Poe situation, except for the fact that he did not have a Dontari Poe combine. "23 years old, Parker. Davis is 22. Better pass rusher. Maybe the fans pick this one. I'm having trouble. I think I'm going D-line here. As much as the linebacker could be good, I think I'm okay passing there. We have a little bit of depth. I like Monty Rice to start. Chance Campbell behind him. So far, it's 57% Parker, 43% Davis. Rashad Parker is winning. The B awareness, A play rec is a nice, intangible start there, because I think that both ratings are a C for Darius Davis. You're just not going to get much out of pass rushing for Parker early on, so he's got to show up as a run stopper, and even that's going to need some work. It's tightening. 53% to 47%. It's slowing down in terms of the voting. I think we gotta call it. Get your votes in, everybody. 10 seconds. Well, I guess you're not watching me. You're watching me live, but there's probably at least a 3 or 4 second delay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Calling it. 52% Rashad Parker. Let's go get the big nose tackle. 95 strength. And we'll see in his skill set if there's anything else to be excited about. All you got to do for me is turn into Brandon Williams. Can you do that? We don't pick again until the 5th round. And I expect my board to be a lot smaller. Alan Kirkpatrick is gone, one of my favorite backup quarterback options, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, where does Darius Davis go now? What? They do that in this game? I've never seen that in Madden. In recent years. They just took a fullback in the 3rd round. Bummer I was late, but can't wait for next season. Thank you, Warren. Appreciate you being a member for the 3rd month. What did Miami just do? We have to know how good he is. Ladarius Wood. He wasn't even my favorite fullback when I went through them. What does Mike McDaniel know that we don't? Probably a lot. But in this specific instance, what does he know that we don't? Oh my God. It really is the San Francisco Dolphins. Joe Hancock is off the board. I liked him. This will be on YouTube later, indeed. I'm not doing any trading here in the draft because of concerns with possible draft reset bug. So I'm just keeping my picks where they are now. There goes Darius Davis to Arizona. So we'll have to see if I can have any immediate regret on that. But remember, I let the poll decide because I couldn't. Which doesn't exactly absolve me because I couldn't make the pick myself. I had to poll the audience. And I'll have to check on these names that apparently didn't pass the filter. This is an EA class. What happened was I started this franchise out of like the play now. But if you do that, we all end up with the same draft class, which means that it would have been a class that I had, everybody else had. It could be spoiled. That's no fun. So I went into a different franchise that was offline, and it had its own draft class. But if I were to hit the controls to go ahead and save the class, you see like the top 7 players ratings. So I don't want that. So I had my wife save it for me. And then I just imported the file into this series. So a few names aren't passing the filter even though they're EA classes. Feliz is off the board. What team did he just go to? I simmed too fast. Hey Kane, you really got to update some of the badges. Also, anything we uploaded after the stream. I do need to update those badges, yes. Especially for you approaching 4 years. Wow, thank you. After the stream, no. I didn't work on anything else today. I spent like 2-3 hours on draft prep for this series. So I did not get a Vikings video done, but that's going to be the start of next week. Jacksonville took him? Ooh. Our pick is coming up, though. Brian Holmes is off the board. He was a running back I liked. He had some speed. And we are on the clock. I almost simmed our pick. That would have been bad. Let me back out and get back into franchise. All right, round 5, pick 4. The board currently has 16 players. A lot of day 3 and UDFA projected players. That's actually all of them. So there's more chances here for offensive line depth, a couple of fullbacks, edge rushing depth. There is still like one off-ball linebacker left, and that's Eric Whiteside. Physical player, bone-crushing hits. Struggles to find the ball in the air. 4.7 guy. Only C-man coverage, not a pass rusher. He might just be a run stopper. And that's his archetype. 6 foot 234. Wouldn't be a bad time to look at some edge rushing depth. We got a couple guys, including Jamarcus. Oh, he's an inside guy. That's right. Yeah. So probably not taking him. But Donovan Royal, day 3 projected speed rusher. Has a couple good athletic skills here. Not bad. B-man, B-zone. I said I wanted an edge rusher who could also drop a little bit. So he's a finesse. He's a speed rusher. We know we can cover, but he has D to F finesse move. So how does that work? It means all his ratings suck. I think that's probably it. Could be it. I think it's a little early to be taking a projected UDFA. So how about Cedric Samuel? I think that means he's like a 60 overall. Yeah. Cedric Samuel, on the other hand, ran 4.8 at 264 pounds. Looks like a pretty good athlete. He's strong. B block shed. B to C power move. B awareness. He might be a solid backup edge rusher. So I'm saying it's either Cedric Samuel or maybe one of the top linemen available. If we think there's any day 1 starter upside. Here's a center, though. Warren Harrell. We could use a center, if you haven't heard. Ben Jones retired. But he's not strong. He's not a good run blocker. He's just a pass blocker. Backup. Zach Huff. He was just a pass blocker. And Brad Shaw. Also, maybe a pass blocker. He might just be bad at everything. So I think that makes our decision here quite simple. It needs to be Cedric Samuel. And I wanted that power rusher. We get him. Cedric Samuel. Right outside linebacker. L, what were you going to do with that pick? A different L? There goes Brad Shaw. There goes Eric Whiteside. He's going to get 2 sacks in the preseason, and I'm not going to let you hear the end of it, all right? We have 2 or 3 more picks. With the remaining picks, we could add O-line depth and a fullback possibly. But man, I'm curious about the fullback that went in the 3rd round. I have not seen that. I didn't even know the CPU would draft a fullback in the 7th. Because usually all the fullbacks go undrafted, right? They took one in the 3rd round. He's gotta have something special. We aren't picking here for a minute. It's part of the fun of not simming all the way to our next pick, though, is seeing stuff like that. I would have totally missed the fullback by doing that. We're getting there. Bryce Asterisk was your favorite? Yeah. He got his jersey and everything with his name on the back. Warren Harrell's off the board. Jamarcus Asterisk happens to be pretty good too. There goes Dave Beckett, who was a cornerback actually on my board. We have 8 players on the board. And we have picks. We gotta have at least one after this. Yeah, 7-4. So this is 6-19. This is the Rey Mysterio pick. 619. All right. So, do we want to go and check out these safeties then? 6'2", 216, physical player, aggressive ball hawk, has a motor. John Barrett, ran 4.5. He's fast enough. B-man, C block shed, B hit power. He might be a guy worth adding onto the team as depth. And then Juan Flynn. 5'11", 207. 4.57, but 4.5 at the pro day. They say solid speed. A to C man, B to D zone, A to C kick return, B hit power. Yeah, they don't include all my picks here for some reason. Normally that's the screen I like to use. So the guaranteed man coverage is kind of intriguing. And he's faster. Rhode Island has a football team? What is their team called? Draft the Barrett 50 cal. Oh, he would wear number 50. Oh, yeah. C to F tackle is a little bit of a concern. Rhode Island Rams. Interesting. B to D tackle here. Yeah, I would think I'm going to go Barrett here. John Barrett. Safety. Getting real flashy here with our selections. He has pretty good speed. I know the man coverage is going to be a B, so it gives him something to start with. But the athleticism is quite promising, and he's 6'2", 216. I'll take that in the 6th round, man. Oh, I think I just simmed to our next pick on accident. Our last one. And I think that here I'm okay going fullback. Unless I want to go Trey Wilkins. But yeah. Yeah, we probably should go fullback here. I believed that Leonard Rouse was the best fullback in the class. He is our pick. Normal development for him. Now, if you missed my video on the second channel yesterday, I drafted a hidden development fullback on Madden 20. Wait a minute, Madden 20, why did you play that game? Well, back when my Vikings franchise wasn't playable because of the draft reset bug, I had to get creative. So I went back to a Madden that works. And I'm doing a 5-part series there. So a pretty good athlete. A break tackle, B lead block, A impact blocking. Rouse takes it to the house. Let's go. We got his first touchdown call already gift wrapped. I got to make Barrett number 50 though. That's a good call right there. Little COD 4 throwback. Let me back out and go back in. So it's been smooth to this point, and hopefully we can get on to the next season here smoothly. I'm not going to sim pass draft recap tonight, but these are our picks. Terrell Riddick is a 73, Sal Sexton a 76, Timmy Church a 72, Rashad Parker is a 70. I'm pretty happy with that. Cedric Samuel a 66, 7, John Barrett 66, and Leonard Rouse 73. Starting with number 4 overall pick, Terrell Riddick, I'm going to take probably face cam off now so I'm not over the players on the edited version. Terrell Riddick. I'm expecting him to start day 1. 85 speed, 77 finesse, and hopefully power comes up as well over time. Injury is a 95. So I think that there are probably some concerns right away that he's only a one-dimensional player, but hopefully with that athleticism and finesse moves, he can make an impact early for us. Very happy with that selection. Same overall as Bud Dupree. I think even higher now with Dupree's drop-off. Here was the pick everybody was excited about. However, Sal Sexton is only at normal development. We were expecting him to have higher. So 89 speed, 83 catching. The route running doesn't look all that great, but once morale is not a problem, it would be 68 run block, which is really good for tight end. The route running needs to get better. And then with the ball in his hands, you know, he does have 70 spins, 72 juke. It's probably more than most tight ends. I'm not sure what you can do with that. Break tackle, I think, will be pretty good for him, but it's not shown here on the board. Oh, there it is, 74. It's up here. But 68 run block at tight end is really good. His injury, ooh, 82, and that is with a boost. Ooh. Hopefully this pick works out. He's still a 76 overall. Timmy Church, probably looking to have him start right away with that hidden dev. Good pass block finesse, good run block finesse. Got to get better with the power, but the hidden dev should help us do that. Evan Ingram 2.0, I think he's going to be a much better blocker. If the Sexton pick doesn't work out, I'm never taking a first-round tight end ever again. Unless he runs 4.3. That's my new cutoff. Rashad Parker. So the chat really decided this one. 95 strength. The boost is giving him 72 block shed. But he's not much of a pass rusher. But we can develop him on the bench. He has 70 awareness. 75 tackle plus 1. And I want to develop him into the starting nose tackle, hopefully within a year or so. And I think he can get there. Cedric Samuel. I'm actually pretty excited to get a player who fits this archetype now on the team. We were missing that power rusher. And really good acceleration. Good block shed. I'm pretty curious to see how he does. 78 injury though, man. That hurts. And then John Barrett. So he's actually a lot better in man than zone right now, and he's not a good tackler. So he'll be a backup safety. And maybe like an emergency slot corner, possibly. 82 injury. Yeah, it felt like everybody in this class had low injury. Check out Barrett at running back. Why do people want to see? What am I missing? His change of direction is high. His COD. The guy, Barrett 50 cal, COD 4 reference. His change of direction's solid, but he's not a running back. And then Leonard Rouse at fullback. Ooh, 84 lead block. The run block might seem low, but keep in mind, tackles, tight ends, and fullbacks are all on the same grading scale there. So if you're like, why doesn't he have 78? Because that would make him a freaking guard. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Excited to see him in the running game for us. But, as with every draft, there are always so many things you could have done that you did not do. So, at the end of the day, when it comes to overall ratings, 78's the best in this class. Grant Richardson, the #1 pick, was the best player. Wow, Armani Bell. The second and third best players were running backs. Then Mike Parker. Then Chris Ware. Sal Sexton, Johnny Cheeks, Roy Hahn, Braylon Colbert. So the ratings then would not like us getting Riddick at 4. Yeah. Wow. There are like 33 players rated higher than him, which I did not see coming. Donnell Shepard, second best player, normal dev running back, but one might say he's already pretty developed. Can't catch. Armani Bell, hidden dev running back, 5'11" or 5'10", 230. Not bad for the Bucks. Grant Richardson at number 1. Hidden development. Shocker there. He was my number 1 player. Everybody's number 1 player. But Seattle got him along with Mike Parker together. Normal development on Parker. Wow. So at least we got hidden dev on Terrell Riddick. Parker's a little bit better on day 1. But what about day 700? We'll be ready. We'll get to the fullback. We aren't there yet. Quarterback here to the Lions, Miles Jeffrey. We won't see him on the schedule this year, but they got a pretty good one, I'd say. Real good quarterback here for the Lions. Excited for them. Edward Burney. Hidden dev tackle to the Steelers. So you don't like the ratings for a number 3 overall pick. 71 injury too. Like, that's the lowest I've ever seen in the class. He had the storyline. Nick Miller, Everett McLeod, LaMichael Roundtree. So here's one of the Texans picks. Hidden dev right tackle. Yeah, we'll have to show off the Packers quarterback. So he's really good in the passing game. I said that he was overrated in my notes. He's really good in the passing game, really awful in the running game. So if you're running the air raid, he's probably fine. But he is really bad in the running game. And I was harsher on grading him because he was projected to go that early. Caleb Corcoran was also a choice with normal development. So we managed to get like the next highest edge with hidden maybe. Let's go to Chris Ware. Normal dev at corner, and he's the one I liked. Good athlete, but can't press, can't play man. Not excited about that pick. Dominic Porter. Hidden development for a long time. I really thought about him. But he's really good at just one main thing. Like 79 strength is what you get out of day 3 tackles in this game, not first round picks. That's incredibly rare. So the Eagles got Marcus McAllister, a receiver with normal development. Like I said, he can't run routes, didn't have good release, 78 catching, not the best athlete. This was the best the class had to offer. This is why at 4, I said absolutely not. Because he's one of these playmaking guys, and that skill set sucks in Madden. Lamont Marion was somebody I liked more. Hidden dev Ole Miss. 92 speed, 82 short route running. That's the guy they wanted. With all that juicy extra after the catch stuff. Oh, Rondale at running back? Yeah, I could totally see that. A lot easier to give him the ball that way, that's for sure. Brian Pickett. He was the guy who had really good finesse moves, but he was also a power rusher archetype. Yeah. Normal development, outstanding on day 1. Could easily earn that development. And now we're going to face him twice a year. This is not a custom class. This is all EA. I did not touch a thing. But Johnny Cheeks. Hidden development, 99 speed, 5'8", 175. He's really good at one thing in particular. Well, that's not necessarily fair because he also has really high catch in traffic, or spectacular catch, and 80 release. A lot better than release than most in this class. How good was Roy Hahn? Because I never considered him over Sexton. Yeah, he's like a little bit worse of an athlete, not as good at the running game, a little bit better route runner. Not as much of a run after the catch threat. Cheeks has hidden. I don't know his development. Panthers took a first-round quarterback. Hidden development, Eric Baker. Did they take... It says he's 22, but he looks like he's 42. Maybe he'll look better with a helmet on. 90 throw power. Decent enough accuracies right away. Good under pressure. Good on the run. Not a bad little pick here. Nathan Stein to the Packers. Hidden development. Taken over for Aaron Rodgers. 93 throw power. Morale is down for him. Not bad. Someone just said he looks like Manu Ginobili. And the Bucks. These quarterbacks seem to be pretty good. Oh, wow. He looks familiar. Heisman Trophy winner. He's got the speed, though. Brock Como. Same guy. First time I've ever seen that player model, too. Yeah. Quindarius McClendon. Hidden dev. These left outside linebackers that have solid coverage grades. Can you trust them? 62 zone, 48 man. It's always a huge risk. But that's why you just make sure you take a guy who's a really good athlete and can also play the run. Seattle still took a quarterback, though. Jawan McCray. Okay, so he had the scrambler archetype. He'll learn now behind Ryan Tannehill. Oh, wow. 76 here. Braylon Colbert. I don't think he was on my radar. Really good run stopper. Really, really good day one run stopper. That's probably why he wasn't on my radar, though. It's like, I didn't want that role that bad. Chuck Blackwell. He ended up being a 75 with hidden dev. Bears getting better at receiver. So, outstanding athlete, but he's just got to start putting it together around that athleticism. But he's got a really good, he's like a nice canvas at receiver. You can turn him into a slot. You can turn him into a deep threat. Yeah, Blackwell ended up being a pretty solid player. Got to be happy with that selection. There's got to be a couple more receivers, too, that were good, and I kind of overlooked it. Tom Townsend, did he have any coverage here for the Texans? 59 zone, 48 man. No, you couldn't trust it there. Why does it keep kicking me back to the top, though? It's wasting time. Brian Freeman, I wanted him, but trading our second-round pick meant we had no chance. Would have easily been a day one starting center for us. Luke Long, really good guard. This was the other tight end I liked, Zach Richards, who also had hidden dev. Yeah, his speed's just lower, his catching's lower, but he's a better route runner and as good of a blocker. So was the gap between Sexton and the rest not as wide as originally thought? I think we're still going to be able to be pretty productive with him. David Person had normal dev. I still thought he had receiver 1 upside. Release is good. Spec catch is good. Short route running is good. Did we ever check out Lamont Marion? I think we did, right? Had to have. Marcus Jones. Normal development for him. If he was there in the 3rd round, man, it would have been hard to pass. 87 speed, 77 tackle with a boost, 67 block shed, 73 zone, 62 man. So you could trust the A grades. The B ones are where you get into trouble. But Marcus Jones was about as good as I expected him to be. We're about to hit, we just hit 4 hours on the stream. Holy cow. What a stream. Corin Gillespie. Hidden dev at 349. Oh, man. He was the nose tackle to go get, and the Texans did it. Oh, man. Show me that fullback. 65 overall. Ladarius Wood, normal development, Tennessee State. 85 speed, though. 84 strength. He's a running back. He has 32 run block. Dude, what is this skill set? He's not a fullback. He's the worst blocker in history. There he is at running back. Should we leave him there? Well, tight end, I mean, his run block is still a 32. Might just leave him there. What a bizarre pick. Who got Darius Davis? Does anybody remember? Cardinals. 66 at right end. 90 strength, 70 power, 79 tackle, 69 block shed. So all of this here, not the fastest guy, obviously. 69 shed, 70 power. Compared to 69 shed, 64 power. We're just getting a boost to block shed right here, and then 95 strength. So at least we got that elite strength boost. And then who got the Jaguars? Took the linebacker, right? That I could have taken. He's a coverage guy apparently, but only 63 zone and 55 man. So he kind of would have been in no man's land, honestly. Developmental guy. Can't play the run well enough. Can't pass cover well enough. All right, let's sort through some ratings then. We already know the highest overall and the highest awareness. Johnny Cheeks at 99 speed. I also liked Matthew Shirley. He had hidden dev. He was a deep threat with 96. And he had F catching, which only was a 74. So I've been told to not worry as much about D to F catching. Maybe there is some truth to that, because 74 is not good, but you can live with it. It's not 60. So that works. Hey, we got strongest guy in the class. All right. We could have gotten the other strongest guy in the class, and he was better, but we picked later. Deion Palmer, really good COD. 92 juke for Kendrick Morse. 93 speed. 92 juke. Wow. I like this pick. I didn't see him being that good. I think he was on my board earlier today, and I rechecked him and I took him off. I missed something. Man, that's the best move in the whole class. Yeah, he's never going to play too. I'm sure he's going to fight for snaps with Jalen Warren. Break tackle, Kareem Gordon. No, he was the one I took off the board. Kendrick Morse. He wasn't who I left on, though. It was some guy named Brian. I haven't even seen him this entire time, so he couldn't have been all that great. Brian Holmes. Was he any good? 68 normal? Because he was the guy I liked. He didn't have that elite juke, though. He had the speed. And he can catch. So he's fine. But he ain't as good as the other guy we just saw. Best hands, tight end, tight end, tight end. I don't know why it's like that. Catching traffic. Spectacular. Short routes. Can you guys even see this? with my camera in the way? Probably not. I might have to move my camera. $76 is the best you can do for medium. It never gets any love there. Johnny Cheeks, David Person. 94 throw power is the best. 84 short accuracy. Wait a minute. This guy was on my board. He's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the whole class. Doesn't have a dev trait though. Not great under pressure, not great deep. I just thought he projected nicely as a backup quarterback with his accuracies. But it was a good class for hidden dev quarterbacks is the thing. Almost done. And then I need to get some dinner. Throw under pressure, break sack. Joe Hancock. He ended up pretty nice as a pass blocker. 71. Yeah, he was on my board. Liked him. Brian Freeman, one of the best run blockers, apparently. .86 tackling. Block shed. Braylon Colbert. Yeah, it's hard to get those D tackles that have elite block shed. Mid-70s is the best you're going to get. Finesse moves, Grant Richardson, Zach Heron. We got one of the best finesse rushers. Brian Pickett. .77 man. See Deshaun Payton, one of the best man zone blends here. Even the corners, just like they're just like either bad at both or bad at one, you know? Nobody above a 73 press? That's gross. By far, our most injury-prone player, Edward Burney. Sal Sexton's one of the most injury-prone players in the class. Well, hopefully everything works out for our team. I thought we had a terrific offseason. We made a lot of changes, and I really had an awesome time constructing things today. So it's going to be a new look offense going into the new year with a few new offensive line starters, a new starting tight end, a new starting pair of receivers possibly, although Traylon Burks is still going to play a ton. And Hardman's more of a situational guy. Certain ways I want to utilize him. And then defensively, it's a brand new edge tandem because Landry was hurt last year. So now it's him and Terrell Riddick off the edge. Jeffrey Simmons will have Linval Joseph next to him now as we develop Ron Parker. Or Rashad Parker. Rashard. Ron Parker was defensive back for the Chiefs. I like our secondary. You know, it's 1 year in. I think we made some pretty big changes this offseason. 4 new playmakers if you include Mostert. I think the offensive line could be better because of Jenkins and Church, what they bring. And defensively, I mean, 2 big upgrades for edge rusher. All right, everybody. Thank you all for being a part of the off season today. It was a lot of fun, and I have not had a reset, so that is obviously good news. I'll make sure the file is there tomorrow and go from there, but I would like to do the edited offseason next. And then if all goes well, I'll be playing preseason games next week and possibly streaming some of those, because I tend to stream preseason. It's always fun to see those players get a chance to play. And there are only 3 preseason games now. So that was one of the longest off seasons I have ever done. And I thought I did some stuff pre-stream to make sure it would take less time. So did we get past the reset bug? We're not out of the woods yet, because we have to get through, well, I'm not really sure if you can definitively say you're safe, but we have not seen one yet. If we can get through preseason games cleanly, that'll be really good. But I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you for coming and spend some time on the channel. If you enjoyed the stream, please drop a like, subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to check out Underdog Fantasy. Link in the description down below. And if you do sign up, use that promo code Kane and they'll match your first deposit up to $100. And you can have a little fun added on to your NFL Sundays or whatever sport it is that you enjoy. They offer everything you can think of, it looks like, including esports. I didn't even know that. But thanks for everything, everybody. I'll see you all with the next episode of the Titans franchise.